is anthem like? How is my answer?
At a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing
What number is this one? It's kind of
just regular day-to-day motions. So that when you're doing condition, you see that. Please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you. It doesn't make them any different from me.
Which kind of this one? Which kind of this one?
Ways.
All right.
Autism is a very wide spectrum and it has a lot of different.
Step into the future today. There is no better way. That life can be so simple. Don't make it complicated. 737 is the way. So whatever you do, whoever you are, ooh, way for everyone. The simple life is just one touch away. Experience the magic starting today. And it all begins with
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly, the quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine. Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body.
Hi, welcome to the second day of the GT Autism Conference. I'm so excited to be here. My name is
a galaxy in her body.
Hi, welcome to the second day of the GT Autism Conference. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Balane, and I will be hosting you online. Day one of the conference was very insightful, engaging, and also extremely rewarding to see a lot of participants gain so much insight and knowledge from our speakers and, of course, our panelists. Now, remember what this conference is about. The Autism Conference is about raising awareness about people who are living with autism. It's very important that we understand that we're trying to be a voice and, of course, making sure that everyone knows there's life beyond the diagnosis. Yesterday, we saw a host of speakers, and they were able to give us a variety of insight on how to make sure that individuals have the right resources so that they can have a fruitful life despite the fact that they have been diagnosed with autism. We also had speakers share and give insight in terms of answering questions that were really, really key to all the participants here. And we also had the opportunity to have question and answer. For me, I would have to say one of the major takeaways that I really took from the conference yesterday was the reality of the fact that we as individuals who are not living with autism, we need to continue to be a voice for those who are. We need to advocate for them, we need to raise awareness, and we need to do research on what it means to be able to interact with them. Autism is not a death sentence. It does not mean that your life is over. It's about making sure that you diagnose it at the early stage, at the onset, and have the right resources and skills, and also the partners to make sure that your child or as an adult is able to progress despite the diagnosis. We also had a lot of the speakers share and give insight on how you can create communication despite the fact that someone might have autism. Something that also stood out for me yesterday was understanding that autism spectrum is not linear, it's circular. And that was something that was very exciting to see, because a lot of times they always say, what spectrum are you on? You know, do you have severe autism or is it mild? But understanding that it's not like that. Everyone has different shades of autism, and it's important that you address those shades on an individual basis. I was also very excited to meet Morenica, who is living with autism and has been an advocate and has gone on to get a degree and is a graduate and continues to use her life story to be able to share and raise a lot of awareness. So today is going to be packed. I'm just going to give you a quick recap of what we're going to be doing today on day 2. And we're going to be talking to a variety of people. And of course, we have a variety of sessions as well. Today's focus is really going to be on understanding the power of the verbal approach. We also are going to be having a panel discussion as well, specifically talking about the role of education sector in making sure that individuals who are autistic have the kind of resources and education that they need. I'm going to be joined by Camille Spector, who was one of the panelists yesterday, and we're going to be talking a little bit about her experience as a mother who has an autistic child and how she continues to make sure that she's providing the needs for her child, but also taking care of herself. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, she'll be with us.
She has gone to eat.
Can't hide, said I knew myself, but I guess I lied. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Oh dang, oh my, now I can't hide. Said I knew myself, but I guess I lied. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you're lost, we're all a little lost, and it's alright. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you're lost, we're all a little lost, and it's alright, it's alright. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Yeah. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you're lost, we're all a little lost, and it's alright.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, children, and welcome to the 10th Annual GT Bank Autism Conference. So I would like to move on very quickly to introduce Chief Executive Officer of Guaranty Trust Bank, Mr. Shegwa, who would give us the keynote address for today's conference.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. I don't know how many people we have on the call, but I'll try and be very brief. I'm sure it's not me you want to speak to or listen to. I'm sure you'd like to listen to the people who are experts on this matter. For me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. And I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, you know, in my life, there are days when I'm sad, there are days when I'm angry, there are days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hands, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are emotions that whether you are me or you're living with any condition, whether autism, those are emotions that we all go through. And for me, at a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular day-to-day emotions. So that when you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways. It's a 2-day conference. I hope you'll stay with us. I hope you'll ask all the questions. It's obviously very different. This is the first time we're doing it on a virtual platform. We've all always been in a hall and had a chance to learn. But, you know, until we get back to where we can all very safely cohabitate and have large functions, we thought it was important we do this. So at this point, I'd like to just allow the experts to take over. And I wish you, for those who would be kind enough and patient enough to spend the next 2 days with us, I hope you will learn something. I hope I will. I hope I'll take some more baby steps towards understanding people who live with this very special and very unique condition, and has created very special and very unique human beings.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
morning,
11th
ladies and
Annual
gentlemen.
GT Autism Conference. And I'm here with Mercy, who is a participant and also a student at the University of Ibadan studying special education. You know, yesterday you asked a very insightful question, and I thought that, you know, your participation here is the reason why we're having this conference. What's your feedback been, you know, from yesterday, listening to all the speakers?
Yeah, I'm a student, and like this place is a platform for me to start my career. I've like got in contact with most of the speakers, and I've found out that they have a lot of things to offer me. And again, GT just created an avenue for me to, you know, start a career and to have a good life and to have a background of what exactly I will be going into, what I will be facing as a student and as a potential special educator. So this is actually a very, very good platform for me, and I'd wished I've been coming earlier. You know, this is actually my first time.
Right.
Like it is very, very cool for me to be here.
What's one key takeaway that you've taken from the conference?
Yeah, you know, I've learned that autism is more. There is more to autism than I thought. I met with, I saw one of our speakers, and I saw her. She's autistic, and she's still like I'm really impressed that people with autism can actually do a lot more, and this is an avenue for me to, you know, have this belief that autism can actually be managed properly, and people with autism can do great things. You know, it is very, very good for me, and I've learned a lot of things. I've learned that, you know, autism is this, let me say, special education generally is something that I should put my passion into. I've learned passion, especially from most of our speakers. They speak with passion, and you know, it is very, very interesting. You can see the joy, the fulfillment in them, and it is very, very, I'm very happy to be here. I'm very, very, very delighted.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Mercy. I know you're going to have an amazing day too. We are not done yet. I will be speaking with Morenica, who was a speaker from day one, and she's going to be joining me right after this.
Yes. This is the first time I've come as an adult. I used to come when I was a child. We would come in the summers a lot, but I haven't been. Oh my goodness.
This is the second day of the 11th Annual GT Autism Conference, and I'm Balani. I'm going to be hosting online, having conversations with our speakers, and Morenica here is one of our speakers from yesterday. She had an amazing session called Leading with Your Life Story. Morenica, I was so from your session, and you really gave an amazing background on what it means to be a person who's living with autism. And I don't know if I can use this word, defied the odds, but the question is, are there really any odds? Is that a fair statement to make?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement, because I think that, so to be different, all humans
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development delay is a delay in the child's development process. So Kamara, for instance, did not start walking until she was 2. She didn't sit up until she was about 7 months, 8 months old. She didn't do things at the normal pace that other children would do them. So that's when you say that a child has global development delay.
Lots of people think that it's contagious. I don't know why people run away. I've had people who don't want their children to, be around children with autism. It's not contagious. It's not a disease. Autism is just, the children with autism are just wired differently. You just have a different ability, but they're just very much like every other person is.
For me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. And I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, in my life, there are days when I'm sad, there are days when I'm angry, there are days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hands, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are...
Do you have it now? Do you have audio now?
You are me, or you're living with any condition.
Do you have audio now? Do you have audio now? There's no audio. Do we have audio here? We have audio here, Larry. We have audio here.
Those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular...
Do you have audio here? Do you still have audio?
When you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways.
Do you have audio? Did you talk to Daniel if you can hear the online mic? Do you have audio?
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different
Can you hear me? Hello? 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 I can see here, but it's not coming out. Hello? 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 Hello?
Can I take the video?
Hello? Hello?
Larry, can I take the video?
Hello?
And this shit is probably what is not working.
We're not gonna have
So you can hear them all right?
One touch away, experience the magic starting today. And it all begins with oh yeah. It all begins with it all begins with and it all begins with 737 737.
apologies for the break in transmission, but we're back, and Morenica is still here with me. Now, Morenica and I want to have a very in-depth conversation about her journey and her story, but the show is about to begin. This is day 2, so Morenica, you're going to join me during lunchtime, is that right? All right, awesome. So quick, just a synopsis of what's going to be happening today. We have a variety of sessions, and our first session is called First Things First, and it is going to be, the speaker is Dr. Grace Bangoy, and she's a consultant speech language pathologist in Lagos, Nigeria. Remember, we have a variety of resources on our website, gtcoplc.com, autism.com/autism 2021. Please visit that website if you would like to get more information on all of the resources that our speakers have been speaking. And of course, you can actually find Morenica's presentation there as well. So we're going to be going straight over to the main stage. This is the beginning of day 2 rather. Make sure that you remember to use the hashtag Be a Voice and also the hashtag Life Beyond the Diagnosis. This is the GT Autism Conference 2021. Over to the main stage.
Of the 11th Annual Guaranty Trust Autism Conference. The theme for this year is Life Beyond the Diagnosis. And as we will hear from parents, experts, and caregivers, life beyond the diagnosis can be fulfilling, filled with support, and rewarding. Before we start, I would like to please remind everyone to keep their masks on throughout the day, and also please be aware of the social distancing markers on the floor around the room. For everyone that joined in with us yesterday online, please be reminded that you can register for your certificate clicking the link in the bio. Also, all the presentations from yesterday will be on the website after the conference, as well as contacts for all the speakers yesterday. Just a quick recap for day 1. We had quite a few insightful sessions from Lanre Duile, Daisy Jonathan, Morenike Giwa Onaiwu, Camille Proctor, Tomi Agbola Odeleye, and Ade Otubanjo. They spoke about different things from leading with your life story to language assessment and treatment of children with autism to communication strategies in the virtual world due to COVID-19. We also had 2 panel discussions, one on healthcare in Nigeria and the second on a parents and advocate discussion. Please note that all the presentations are online on YouTube and you can watch at any time. Today we have quite a few sessions as well from Grace Bamiboy, Cora Hardy, Jeanette Washington, Lanre Duile, Dr. Waganesh Zeleke, and Beauty. We also have 2 panel discussions, one on special education in Nigeria and a parents and advocate discussion as well. This morning we have a special rendition performance by Corporate Dance World titled We Are in This Together. Please welcome them to the stage.
Are we good?
Wow, that last guy was.
It was brilliant.
Perfect.
Yes, I love it.
I think the performance was
Which guy?
good.
Which guy?
He was good enough.
The
I
last
loved
guy.
him.
Oh, I don't know what you guys are seeing. No.
Wow.
I'm not seeing anything. What's that?
Why are you being difficult? That guy was good enough.
I really don't know.
Next person, please. Next. We don't have time.
My friend.
It will be this Lagos traffic. I beg. No.
It's not about. Where's the next person?
Next. Dilate.
Oh, this looks interesting. That's fair enough. Thank you. That's fine. Yes. Can you step forward a bit? That's fine. Thank you. Great. Nice. Hi. What is your name? What's
Please,
your name?
Can you speak loud? Just let me hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh, Timmy Lane. Hi. How are you today? You're fine, right? I can see that. So, what are you doing for us today? Oh, you're the one with the spectacular,
special,
interesting story.
These are words often used to describe him. At least they're better than
weird,
funny,
dumb.
Words are not tools he uses very well, but he can better tell his story using this.
And who are you?
I am the father. Words are used so proudly the day he was born. The first time I uttered them was the proudest moment in my life. I remember all the promises that I made to him the first time he came into this world, that Sunday evening, wrapped in a bundle and placed into my arms. I had rushed in, ready to proclaim my fatherhood. But then I met with those beautiful brown eyes, and they melted my heart. And I whispered into his tiny ears, "Son, I promise to always love and support you no matter what. I promise to be the best dad you can ever dream of, and nothing will change that." But then something happened. There was an incident with our son. He had what we later found out to be a meltdown, and he was diagnosed with autism. This broke our hearts, but we were quickly encouraged and taught 3 things that would help him. The first was to give him deliberate support. Sorry, I'm late.
I moved to California in the summertime. I changed my name thinking that it would change my mind. I thought that all my problems, they would stay behind. I was a stick of dynamite and it just was a matter of time. Oh dang, oh my, now I can't hide. Said I knew myself, but I guess I lied. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you're lost, we're all a little lost, and it's alright. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay,
I'll always love and support our son, but I realized he started to need more and more attention, and I knew it was going to be difficult, especially with all the barriers in our minds. So I started to do some research of my own. I'm sorry. See, it says here that the second step to helping him is eliminating barriers. I know Mama Nkechi and Mama Tommy. What
You stop. What is it now? Is your mother on the spectrum?
No.
Your father?
No.
Okay, maybe anybody from your family.
Where are you going to with this?
Just answer the question.
No.
Neither is anyone from my family, and neither will anyone in our family have this.
I'm not sure that's how it works, so.
Then we need to pray. Prayer is the solution.
Okay, we pray that we have everything we need to help our son.
Amen. And take this thing far, far away from him. Amen. Oh God, my Father.
Amen.
Amen, Michael. Hear my prayer.
Amen. Amen. What are you doing? Has it come to this? If you are. You find it.
extinguish me, yes, that's my fire. Be a fire, they can find it, extinguish me, yes, they can find it, extinguish me, yes, they can find it, extinguish me. One lie, like to lie, give me lights out. Chevy, Chevy, we on fire. Big deal, big deal.
It took a lot of convincing, but Ifeanyi finally came around. And when she did, there was no turning back. Her son went on to secondary school and then on to university, where he graduated first class in computer science. And then he went on to bag a diploma in music from the Muson. We couldn't be more proud, not just of our son, but of ourselves, because we had learned the third step in helping him was to build a wall of support around him. Watching this talent show was something he loved to do as a child. And since he was talented in music, we knew one day he'd want to be on this show to showcase that talent.
Can we see you play? Yes, let's hear you play. beautiful. Woo! Wow! You guys are awesome! Oh my goodness! Woo! It's amazing. You are super, super amazing.
I know firsthand, taking care of a child on the spectrum isn't easy. Sometimes it's tiring, and other times it's just plain frustrating. But through it all, I've learned kindness, I've learned patience, I've learned that to be different doesn't make you better or worse. It just means that you're unique in your own special way. Seeing my son on stage remains a very special moment in my life. I guess I'm just glad you all get to see him, finally.
All the people say
amazing. Thank you so much, Corporate Dance World. That was a play called We Are In This Together. Moving on to our first session of the day, I would like to invite Dr. Grace Bamiboy. She's a consultant speech-language pathologist with over 25 years of experience in working with children with special needs. She acts as the Public Relation Officer of Speech Pathology and Audiology Association of Nigeria and works as a researcher for the National Economic Summit on Neuroscience and Early Childhood Development. Her topic today is First Things First. Please welcome her to the stage.
Let them move it. Can you move it?
I can move it.
Good morning, everyone. Wow. That drama contrives my presentation today. Do I still need to do my presentation? Do you think I should still do my presentation? Okay. First thing first, after diagnosis. Now, first, let me say a big thank you for GT Bank for this platform to bring awareness about autism. Over 30 years ago when I was in school, autism was not a common word. It was something that kind of alien. We're used to intellectual disabilities for kids with autism then, which we don't know, were lumped with intellectual disabilities. And for those ones that we call high functioning, they are good in one aspect and they are having difficulty with some other skills. Then we lump them with learning disabilities. 11 years ago, GTB came up with this fantastic awareness program. And I'm telling you, it's a household name now, autism. Again, it has the flip side, where any developmental disability now is labeled as autism. And then we also have to address that. Now, when that's my title. When parents, family members see something different in their kids, that is, their kids are not developing typically, a lot of assumptions come to play. Questions. So many questions. You have things like, my child is a late bloomer. In their family, in their father's family especially, they speak very late. They don't talk early. Oh, it's usual, though. The child is just taking his time. Yes, he or she's just taking her time. I'm sure with time, she's going to overcome this. And then, as time goes on, the child, it's not getting better. Then the worries increase. Then when parents are now sure that things are not developing properly, then you have the God, why me? What's my sin? What did I do wrong? What is it? Is it only me? After waiting for this child for long, with so much expectations, and now this, how am I going to deal with this? How are we going to deal with it? Same, but different. Families and individuals, professionals, they need to understand that, yes, some things might be the same. I mean, having this word, in their family, they are always like this. Yes, some kids may have had some form of delay before, and they kind of learn to develop their skills as they grow older. It might just be a delay. But it doesn't mean the next child you see the same symptoms, that it's the same thing. It's not the same. For the behavior analyst and the speech therapist in-house here, there's what we call RFFCs, receptive by features, function, and class. You see, there's a way we categorize things the same by their features, function, and class. And then we see the difference. Dr. Lam, please come on stage. Please. So we're going to see how things are the same and how they are different. Yes, some things might be the same. You might see children with developmental delays. The symptoms are quite similar, but I must tell you, they are unique like fingerprints. Dr. Lam and myself are the same. True or false? The hall is divided. Yes, no, true, false. We're the same in some ways, and they were different in other ways. It depends on how you are, the category you are using, right? We are the same in that we are both ladies. We are the same. There's doctor to her name, there's doctor to my name. We are the same if you use that category, right? She's a mother, I'm a mother. We are the same. How are we different? Oh, she's fair, and I'm super dark. Right? How about height? Or even the dressing now. We're dressing differently, right? We're different. And then our shoes too. Whoa. Different. Thank you, Dr. Lam. We have two people on the platform. We are the same in one way, and we are completely different in other ways. When we're looking at children with developmental delays, we need to look at them from that side. Yes, some things are quite the same, but many things are different. That's why you need to see the individual as an individual. And if you've met one child with a developmental delay, you've just met that only one child, and you manage that child as that person, and forget about every other child you've ever seen. If you don't do that, you won't be able to help that child, because it will be stereotypical. Whereby, and I see that happen. You see parents sharing recipes. A parent has been to a professional, and that professional assesses the child, and then provide solution for that child based on that child's diagnosis. Because they are family friends, they see the same thing in the other family, and then they call the friend, oh, what did you do with your child? Oh, I did X, Y, Z, that's what the doctor asked me to do. And you say, okay, please send them to me. It's just a matter of that, you know, WhatsApp now, and email. And you see the other parent will start experimenting. And you know the time is going. And we professionals, we survive on early intervention anyway for you to grow your career. So, yes, some things are the same, but many things are different. Finally, a diagnosis is made. And at the point of diagnosis, you now have another question. I mean, not another, many questions. You know? But before then, the diagnosis will do two things. One, it might come as shock to some parents. For a parent here, I want this class to be interactive. Please come. Can I have a mic for her, please? Thank you very much, Ma, for volunteering. The first time you got a diagnosis for your child, please share your experience. What was your feeling?
I think I diagnosed my son myself.
Aha. Awesome, I like that. Dr. Mrs. She diagnosed
Mrs.
her
Lawal.
child by herself. Dr. Mrs. Lawal, please share your story.
I love children a lot, so I do play with children a lot. But when I had my son, I had a daughter first. So I noticed at 3, she didn't call mommy. I noticed she's too clinch with me. So I was brought up in a way that my mother is always there for us. So I thought staying at home is going to be a better way to raise my daughter. So I noticed she didn't talk. So I thought everything, you know Nigeria now, that abroad is not my home. Let me go back to Nigeria. So my husband was like, no, nothing is wrong, she will talk. So I started taking her out. So she refused to talk. Then I had my son. So I noticed he was saying, Daddy, banana, A, B, C, D, in a way that I feel he talks very well. So I told my husband that when he got to 1 year, 9 months, he isolates himself. So I thought he's calm and he's cool like that. So I noticed at the age of going to 3 years, when we go out, he start taking spoon from people's food and break it. So I love to notice things a lot. So my husband will kind of, stop it, Abdul Samad, stop it, you know. So when we get home, I noticed, I told my husband that things is not going well, that children don't grow up like this. Then one day, he said, no, we should come. One day I called him that, if you are the father of this boy, you meet me at the hospital. So, and he hates one thing when another man is taking responsibility of his own children. So I just, and he noticed I'm going to do it. I've tried to inch you about this enough. So either you take your walk or you come home. Then he pleaded that when he returned from work, we would do something.
So in the hospital, ma?
At the hospital?
Yes.
Yes, I told him what to say. That when you get there, we have to take appointment first. When you get there, and they give you 2 months notice, don't bring it home. So, funny enough, they gave him 3 months. So I told him to take a break from work. It's going to be a Sunday. So I got to the hospital. So I told them that I know what I want. So you have to go to pediatrician first. So I told them to just refer me to somewhere that I will know my son will do better. So they sent me to Developmental Center. So funny enough, there they gave me another 2 months.
I know if I allow you for
So
today,
I told them that, okay, let me leave him here.
Give it to me when you finally got a professional diagnosis. What was it like? I know you said you diagnosed your daughter by yourself.
Yes.
Good.
So I told them that I was going to drop him here. So when it is 2 months, I'll come back and pick him. So immediately they attended to me. They asked me, and when they want to tell you something, they have to make tea, make like everything is fine, you know. So in the midst of all of them, they told me I was going to see a lot of professionals. So I said it's going to happen today, that I'm not going anywhere. So it started, but they told me that my husband has to be here. So on behalf of my husband, he pleaded to me to another day. So I took a week break. So they started. To me, what I would say to all mothers is that whenever they said, I was not listening. I thought Nigeria is the best place for me to go because I was down mentally. So I need myself first. So I believe I diagnosed him myself, but when they talk about autism, I went back to my first daughter because it was named that in the school.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lawal. Thank you. A round of applause for her. Now, it takes me to the next reaction. Now, parents will react differently when she diagnosed her own child. You have parents, they get diagnosis just like you saw in the drama. You see the way the mother reacted. And then it's also normal for parents to start to reimagine their child's future, especially with the news that there is no known cure. Mrs. Nwokolo, when you finally got a diagnosis, you said yesterday you had to follow through every change that your daughter has to make. You have to partner with her. Have you ever reimagined what her future will be like after the diagnosis? You want to share? Please. No.
Okay, very briefly, she decided she wanted to be a medical doctor because she comes from a lineage of doctors. I knew that would be an uphill task, but now she doesn't want to be a doctor again. She's told me there are too many doctors in the family because organic chemistry showed that what we call in Nigeria pepper. But she's conquered it, but she's not ready to. So yes, there's a future. I'm not the one imagining it. I'm just supporting her to fulfill whatever dream she has.
She has. Thank you very much. Supporting, I think that's what every parent should do. We all have dreams for our children, and then when there is a difference, we need to support the child to excel. Now, diagnosis is not an end in itself. It poses further questions. In my practice, over 28 years, I hear things like, after you give a diagnosis, you hear, are developmental delays curable? Are they permanent? Can my child catch up? Can the developmental delays be overcome? When will my child become normal? And the first thing I tell parents when they ask questions like this is I tell them, look, it's like asking me, just ask, Grace, when will you die? Yes. It's something I can't answer. I only know when I was born because I was told. There are questions you cannot answer. Beautiful, GT Bank decided to make the theme Life Beyond the Diagnosis. Yes, you've given a name to it. Could be autism, could be cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, hearing impairment, gifted and talentedness. You'll be wondering, yes. Gifted and talentedness is an exceptionality. It's a difference. You have learning disabilities. You have intellectual disabilities. It's not just autism. So names are given based on developmental assessment, some checklist, rating scales, doctor's appointments, different professionals coming together, giving a name to what the child presents. And then you could get, for parents, some would have gotten like 4 or 5 diagnoses based on who they are seeing and based on the traits the child is, the symptoms the child is expressing at the time the child is with the professional. Now, how do you deal with such diagnosis? You want to look at multidisciplinary team assessments where you have all the professionals, like Mrs. Lawa said. No one person should give a diagnosis, as far as I'm concerned. You should have a team. If you really want to get a diagnosis, you should have a team sitting around the table, agreeing on which instrument to administer. Because some of the instruments, as developed by the different developers, they will call for training, and once you are trained to administer those tools, then you can give a diagnosis for the kids based on the criteria set for those tools. So usually the team will agree on which test tools to administer to give a diagnosis. And when parents ask questions, you have to answer which question is practicable and feasible, not a yes or no question. Yes, developmental delays are not curable. They are not. But they can be managed effectively if we focus on what is important for that child. The professionals yesterday, they rightly said, we're focusing on what will be functional for that child. Example of Tommy rightly said so. A child has learned 20 words, either by tacting, like Mr. Duile said, that's by labeling. If the child has 20 words, what can the child do with those 20 words? As opposed to just label everything everywhere and the words are standing one by one like PDP umbrella. It should be functional. Start putting those 20 words together. The child knows number 1 to 20. Why sit the child down to write number 1 to 100 when the 1 to 120 is not serving any function? 2 books, 3 books would have been much more appropriate. So focus on more on what you can do with that child as opposed to asking yes or no questions. It's not a dash, it's a marathon. You have to take one thing at a time. After diagnosis, I can tell you there is hope. Yes, there is hope. I want everyone to say there is hope. There is hope. If you believe there is hope, raise up your hand. Thank you very much, everyone. There is hope. That's why GT Bank will put together a big program like this every year, year in, year out. Giving free consultations, bringing in professionals nationally and internationally, just to address this cause. Can we all put a round of applause for GT Bank? Yes, there is hope. But the hope is not lip service. No, it's something that you have to get on your feet. You see what the drama present, what it represents. It's not about calling in all the aladras and bind the devil, bind the demons. No. It's about functional interaction with the child, starting from the basics that you can do as a parent. First, you have to educate yourself. Be it a parent, be it a professional that wants to provide service for children with developmental delay. Educate yourself. I left school how many years ago? I'm still in school. I still attend classes to get abreast with what's happening now. Like I said, when I was in school over 30 years ago, I don't know what autism is. Now, yeah, it's closer now because 1 in 59 or 1 in 56 has autism. That's huge. It was very remote in those days. Educate yourself. You have online courses. Now, let me detour a bit. Educate yourself. Be careful with Google. Be very careful. Because you have a lot of things churned out there, and they can mess with your mind. Trust me. I've seen parents come over to my consulting office, and they took all their time to read, and they are more frustrated than ever, especially when what pops out to them is no known cure, no known cure, no known cure, without providing things you can do. Base your own child. You need to study your own child. Your own child will determine what will be helpful for him or her, not the general statements out there. Yes, they can inform you to some extent, but try not to be paranoid with them. There are online courses, and here we have wonderful people like Ms. Nwokolo doing, you have Mrs. Dotton Akode putting together some form of training for people who are interested to help their kids better. I can tell you that. So also you have to adjust the home environment to best meet your child's need. Yes, there are some things you need to change. Diet, lighting. Yes, the light in your house can be a problem. The TV, the noise, the way you listen to your music at home can be a problem. The ACs, you will be surprised. The ACs, yeah. The way you turn them on. The fan can be a problem. Know what you can tweak a bit just to suit your child. Also, seek professional therapeutic and other allied services. Very important. You have professionals everywhere. You have everyone claiming to be one thing or the other. Try as much as possible to check out who is going to work with your child, whether that person is qualified to do what he or she says he does or she does. Okay? Also, join a group or forum with common interest and share views. It can be therapeutic for parents because it can be overwhelming when you think you are alone. You are the only one in this. No, it's not only you. I see parents come over to my consulting office. They say, are you sure there are children that will not talk? I've never seen this all my life. It's not in my father's family. It's not in my husband's family. It's not in our family at all. In fact, this is the devil at work. And the devil just find my house and come and drop this. God, I'm not ready for this. I'm telling you. It's like that in your home. You can be surprised. It's like that in another home too. So if you join Parents Forum, you can get information that will help at least know that you are not alone in this. After diagnosis, what happens again? So you see parents and professionals saddled with managing the developmental delays from different angles. Sometimes you will need a team of specialists to work with your child, ranging from occupational therapists, speech pathology, behaviorists, psychiatrists, psychologists, pediatricians. You have a range of professionals that you likely see, and I'm telling you, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. So what I tell parents, your child must get help. Yes, yesterday the government official mentioned the number of special needs schools in Lagos. Yes, they are there, 4 walls. I visited some of them. I don't want to talk because I don't want to be picket. Is it? You know? So let me keep quiet. We need to go there to know what's on ground. Is it in the building or the materials or the professionals? We need to know what's available. So I tell parents, train yourself. There are some things you can do. No one have to teach you how to give your child a bath. So when giving your child a bath, try and study your own child and know what's good for your child and what's not good for him. Some don't like you pouring water from their head, so they dread taking a bath. Watch out for those things. It might be usual for you to bath a child in a particular way, but for this particular child, you may want to change your strategy so that bathing time is smooth. Then you know what words to teach while bathing the child. Splash, splash, water, soap, sponge. There are so many words you can teach in context, as opposed to creating a corner in your house where that's the only place you are teaching that child. No, it shouldn't be that corner alone. Even if you have a therapist as a parent, you still have to play your own role because the therapist is not there over the weekend. Neither is the therapist there when the child is taking a bath or when the child is going to bed. Therapists are not there. So it will be good for you to equip yourself with some skills that you can use to engage your son, your daughter effectively. Because learning within context is very important for those children. They want to see, they want to experience it. Mr. Larry, let's say you can contrive some, like the ones you can't see, pains, you know. So temperature. You may want to boil the water and just use a little bit of it to let the child feel what's hot and what's cold within the context while the child is taking bath. You know? Also, do not judge or assume. Don't assume anything. See the child the way that child is. When a behavior is being displayed by your child, know what happened just before the behavior. Rather than saying, you do this always, you are always like this. You want to kill me. Is it only you? You are not the only child that you cannot, I did not kill my mother, you cannot kill me. That shouldn't be the case. Do not judge your child. Your child is not there to mess up your life. No. You didn't do anything wrong to have a child with a developmental delay. No. It can happen to anyone. It's no respecter of any man, any race, any color, whether you are rich or poor. Developmental delay is no respecter of anybody. So see the child as a blessing, not as a curse. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, the world is out there waiting for your child to conquer it. Thank you very much for this opportunity, GTBA. If you have a question for me, I'll be happy to answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. My name is Honorable Sonyalo Abidemi. My name is Honorable Sonyalo Abidemi from Koshofe Local Government. So my question is, people with autism nowadays, they are being treated with disdain.
They are being treated with disdain.
Disdain, yeah.
Okay.
And we suddenly overlook them. Unlike a survey that was conducted by me online, because I mostly, they always send me a survey. The one concerning, I'm sorry for taking time, just for us to learn. Especially from the one from this, a lady seller at Oshodi without an amputee, Mercy. So there was a survey concerning him that I submitted. He's not a millionaire now. So that aside, the question is that in Nigeria nowadays, let me say Africa, Nigeria, we don't value people with autism over people with disabilities. Mind you, people with disabilities and autism, they are not the same, am I right? So they need a treatment. Everything is not money. What I always tell people is that what they need is just a normal understanding. We need to inculcate them, inclusiveness. We need to learn from them. And mind you, looking at them, you can learn a lot from them. Or you will think they are acting foolish. They have a lot you can learn from them. So my major question is, what recognition are we giving to them as at now? Because there's no time to check time.
Honorable, thank you very much. That children living with autism are being treated with disdain. The essence of this program is to enlighten the public. So you are able to attend the program. So your duty, everyone's duty, everyone here in this hall, you are to go out there to your community and start educating people to not treat individuals with developmental delay with disdain. Like you said, they have the good in them that they can give to their society. We all here are saddled with that responsibility. And GTB started taking this step, brought all of you together, and the idea is that everyone that has an opportunity to be here should also go back to the community where they come from and start. It might be in your church. Take responsibility in your church and start to tell the pastor to give you just 5 minutes to talk about autism to everyone. Be active in your community, and any opportunity for you, a program, maybe that sometimes they throw Christmas party on your street. Take the opportunity to say you want to say something, and it's about the word autism. People that are labeled with autism. I'll tell you, the more the information goes out there, that people living with disabilities, they have their own role to play in life, and that they can contribute positively to the environment, the better. We all have to sail, we all have to sail out there and send the message forth. Be a voice. Thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. My name is Kate Tudo. The questions that I have, I kind of have a list of them, but one of them is, I've learned a lot about autism, and I really want to know, what are the causes, what are the things that really triggers this? It's this, how will I put it now? Is it avoidable? Are there things, so that as we are being a voice to those who are already living with the spectrum, are there ways we can also advocate to parents to be? What are the steps that can be taken to help them avoid having kids with this spectrum, if it is possible? So these are the questions I want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very simple questions. Number one, there is no known cause of autism. There is nothing you can do to avoid having a child with autism or not to have a child with autism. There's nothing anyone can do. Okay? Yes, the geneticists, they've said you have the the gene that's a carrier, the fragile X. Okay? Probably couples, before marriage, you may want to do genetic profiling and see how the genes of the husband and the husband and wife now, how their genes are, and when the chromosomes from them come together, what child is going to come out of them. You can do some genetics tests, but I don't think we are there yet in Nigeria. They may have to travel out and do those kind of profiling and see, but I can still tell you it's not an end in itself. There's nothing guaranteed here. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing. So there's no known cause.
Good morning.
Yeah, next question. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mustafa Muisa Denka. My name is Mustafa Muisa Denka. The president of National Association of Special Education Departments, Federal College of Education in affiliation with University of Ibadan. Straight to my question. With what we've seen here on the stage, the dramatization that was done in the morning, likewise with what you said so far, in most cases, when parents get to understand that maybe their child have any form of disability or the other, or autism, to be specific, in most cases, because probably we are in an African setting or Nigerian setting, people tend to go spiritual. Okay, they go to maybe their imam or their pastor to pray. The parents, even when they understand, they've been made to understand that their children have any form of disability or autism. Some of them live in denial. So I'm just thinking, okay, straight to my question now. Since most people tend to go to the spiritual leaders or religious leaders, I think maybe the religious leaders too, if there is any way that they can probably enlighten to speak with the Congress or their followers. I don't know if you get what I'm saying now.
Thank you very much. This gathering is an educational gathering. Yes, as far as spiritual content is concerned, it's an individual choice, okay? Yes, people will solve their problems differently. The way you want to solve your problem will be different from the way I want to solve my own problem. Some believe so much in their pastors, in their imams, in their herbalists, call them whatever name you want to call them. Just the same way you go to a doctor and believe that that doctor is going to give you cure for whatever you go to that doctor to do. It's the same thing, it's not different. It's just that we now have to educate them that, yeah, it's okay to pray. I will never say don't pray. But don't leave the intervention don't leave what is important. You will still pray. Everything needs prayer. But you will not choose that as the only option to help your child. No. You will have to still see professionals. You will have to educate yourself and know your child better. So, here, you are a member of a church or a member of a mosque. Take that message here today. We have more churches than schools now in Nigeria, I must tell you. You go straight to your church. Tell your pastor you attended a program, GTB conference, and they said we need to tell everyone about autism. We need to be a voice for children living with developmental delays, not just autism. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Antonio Baide. From what we've learned about autism, we've learned that children with autism react to different external factors in form of noise, sound, light, temperature, and colors. I just want you to advise on how to help these children, since they need to, attend classes, and then some of these external factors will have to, come into place. How do we help these children? Because I've seen children reacting to this before we understood the cause or one of the causes of this that has been mentioned. So how do we help those children if they have to, attend classes, and some of these factors will have to come into place?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's one bane of inclusion, Yeah, we said every child must be managed using the inclusive system. And questions like this come to play because you want the child to be in typical classroom, learning side by side with their typically developing peers. So you have a situation where you now have to balance both the learning, the environment to suit everyone. So factors like these, ACs, and other factors, temperature, noise, they all come to play. So what I always tell everyone is learn to study the child first. Of course, in a school, you're not going to have just one classroom. So you're going to look at all the classroom and then look at that particular child after the assessment. Which of those classrooms in the school will best suit that child? And what's the best form of ventilation that you have to put in the class? Because you won't have one child having sensory processing difficulty for both temperature, for noise, there will be one that the child can't just deal with. So once you are able to establish that. But before you can do that, you may bring in professionals like the occupational therapists. They are able to effectively assess kids for sensory processing difficulty. And they can advise accordingly by helping you study your school environment and know the best classroom to place that child. So you may want to work with professionals so as to get that child, to give that child the best placement. Thank you. I don't know who is holding the mic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can take further questions. Thank you very much for coming for the program, and thanks for your audience.
Oh, wow. What an amazing session from Dr. Grace Bangoy. She gave a lot of insight on, things that were highlighted yesterday, but reiterated the importance of individuality. It's very important to recognize that when you're diagnosing autism, there must be a very high level of individuality, understanding that not one size fits all. In addition, she also mentioned that, yes, you can do research on your own and get some insight, but Google is not a doctor. Make sure that you're getting resources and you're getting information from the right sources, and you're also working with professionals who are alert and also aware and know exactly what it is that they're talking about. We want to make sure that we're hearing from you. Use the hashtag #BeAVoice, and of course, Life Beyond the Diagnosis. This is the 11th Annual GT Autism Conference. In addition, we do have resources on our website, and that's www.gtcoplc.com/autism 2021, where you can find the list of the speakers and also download the program, which is available as well. And also day one's presentations are there up online where you can also watch and do a recap as well. We now have another session, and that session is going to be from Cora Hardy, who is a board-certified behavior analyst based in the U.S. And the topic is going to be positive approaches to teach social, academic, and daily living skills to individuals with ASD. Let's head over to the main stage.
Hello and good morning, everyone. One second. All right. Again, my name is Cora Hardy, and I'm a board-certified behavior analyst currently in the United States. So today, again, we're going to go over, as soon as my slides come up, we're going to be talking about positive approaches to teaching skills across different domains. So social skills, academic skills, and social skills, academic skills, as well as life skills, daily skills. I'm going to wait for... So as the theme of this year's conference is understanding life beyond the diagnosis, what I want to do is be able to give you guys practical practices that we can do within the home or the school and within the community across the lifespan of an individual on the spectrum. So these are a couple of objectives that I'm going to be covering today. First, I want to identify some of these positive approaches and techniques that I want you to be able to take away from here today. Understand the value of using these positive approaches and being able to use these in a practical use. Although I'm a clinician, I really do enjoy more of the practical hands-on experiences and being able to provide that support to parents and caregivers as well as professionals. As we know, we all face different challenges throughout our entire lifespans. One challenge that I do find, or we all can see with individuals on the spectrum, is the difficulty of acquiring skills for independent functioning across environments. All right, so today I'm going to give you a couple of examples within the home, the school, the community, and for individuals going into employment. I'm also going to talk about and give examples of how these difficulties also form a lack of autonomy. One example is myself. This is my first trip to Nigeria, and it kind of decreased my own lack of autonomy, where I had to ask my friends and my colleagues, where do I go to take out money? Where do I go to find certain foods or items in the store? So again, this is applicable to us as a whole and individuals as well as individuals on the spectrum. So before I even start with some of those positive approaches, I really want to reiterate what we have been speaking about in this conference. And one of those things is the collaboration of different professionals. It's very important for you to get consultation from, we have our resident BCBA, from speech and OT and PT, in order for us to really put together a very individualized treatment plan for our students and for our learners. The first step, an initial step, would be assessment. I know we talked about a little bit some of these assessments yesterday, so the VB map as well as ABLES. The importance of making sure that we are properly trained, not only in administering these assessments, but also in being able to understand the results of these assessments and come up with a very individualized treatment plan. Okay? So again, please consult with the behavior analyst, behavior specialist, speech and OT, because again, we want a comprehensive idea and a comprehensive look at the learner. These assessments, more so, are giving us an idea of where there are gaps in learning, gaps in functional skills, some vocational skills, and social skills. This is the first step, okay? Another step that I would recommend is trying to identify within the learner if the skill is a skill deficit or if it's a performance deficit. Okay, this is going to be important when we move forward in trying to develop a treatment plan and trying to figure out which exact technique that we should use for specific learners. We want to also identify antecedents and consequences. So antecedents are what we're putting into the environment to try to motivate the learner to start to produce the positive behaviors that we want, as well as consequences. We talk about reinforcement, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about reinforcement as we move further into the presentation. Some examples would be first and then board, where you show first, we're going to do this worksheet, then afterwards you'll have time to play your favorite sports or favorite game. Visual schedules, this is also going to be talked about a little bit further. We want to also identify in the learner some preferences for possible reinforcement. Again, I'm going to go a little bit further into what reinforcement is and how we can utilize that to increase a lot of the skills. Token board, that's another consequence, right? So when we have a learner that's able to produce the skill that we want to be able to reinforce them, and token board is an example of one of those. I'm going to use myself an example just to kind of highlight and give examples of what this really looks like. So for myself, I enjoy chocolate. That would be my highly preferred sweet. So let's say someone comes up to me and says, Cora, I'm going to give you a piece of chocolate if you complete this calculus worksheet. More than likely, I'm going to look at that chocolate, I'm going to look at the worksheet, and then I'm going to walk away. Although the chocolate is my highly preferred preference, there's nothing you can say that's going to make me sit down and try to complete that calculus assignment for that piece of chocolate, okay? Then someone comes and says, here's $1 million, and they put it on the table. And they say, all you have to do is complete 3 calculus problems on the worksheet correctly. I'm going to sit down, I'm going to look at the money, I'm going to look at the worksheet, look at the money, look at the worksheet. The problem is I have a skill deficit. I want to gain that money, that reinforcement, but I don't know how to do the problems. So I'm being asked to perform a skill that I am not able to do. So when we're thinking about new learners, right, young learners or learners across the lifespan, we have to identify what we're asking them to do. Is it a skill deficit or is it a performance deficit? Do I know how to identify numbers? Do I know how to add? Do I know how to do multiplication, division? At what level am I at? That's where assessments come into place, identifying that skill deficit. Talking about performance deficit. Let's say it's a handwriting activity. This is why it's very important to consult with speech, OT, PT, because they also have their own individualized assessments that can target and look at, are they able to do a handwriting activity? Is it because they have low fine and motor, gross motor skills? Do they need to work on those activities to increase those skills in order for us now to tackle the actual skill, right? So we can't teach a skill if they have a performance deficit. That's the importance of why we need to understand these assessments, okay? All right, so let's move on to daily living skills. So these examples that I have, they're not all inclusive, meaning there may be more that we can add to this. And is it necessarily applicable to all learners? No, it may not be. As well, when we move on to evidence-based practices, those are also practices that may not necessarily need to occur with every single learner. I'm going to go through a couple of these and give a couple of examples as a regard to the age and cognitive level of the individual. So caring for personal health and hygiene. These examples can include toothbrushing, hand washing, showering, nail clipping. And this, again, can be applicable to quite a number of either early educational, so early learners, adolescents, young adults. Managing money. This is a skill that we need in all of our daily lives. So we need to also assess, is the individual able to identify money, count money? Are they able to use money in order to gain goods and services in the community for their wants and needs? Participating in leisure and recreational activities. For me personally, I like to use a schedule and put in what am I going to do for the day. We have schedules for work and activities that we need in order to go about in our daily lives. Leisure activities, so many individuals on the spectrum do not have the capability or understand that they have the capacity to kind of schedule their own leisure time. So I know when I get off work, okay, we want to clean up a little bit, maybe read a book, watch TV, then I have to cook dinner. So being able to kind of put together more or less a leisure schedule, and then navigating around the community. I think someone yesterday mentioned the importance of being able to identify signs in the street, right? Identify where's the restroom, if someone there isn't available to give them support. Identify who they can ask in the community for help. So these are important and examples of daily living skills, again, across the lifespan of individuals. So now let's talk about evidence-based strategies for teaching daily living skills. Task analysis is something that is often used when we are describing a way to teach daily living skills. Task analysis simply is breaking down complex behaviors into small different steps. So for example, making the bed, okay? If we want an individual to be able to complete the steps of making the bed, first what we have to do, again, is assess. What is their baseline? What are they able to do? See where their skills deficits versus their performance deficits, right? So again, we're looking at OT and PT because we want the individual to put the pillow in a pillowcase. Are they able to physically do that? Are they able to pull the sheets onto the bed, okay? Breaking down complex behaviors into smaller steps and again, reinforcing them. Sometimes at those individual steps themselves before the full behavior is able to be completed. Video modeling. So this involves using videos to show the correct behaviors that we want to see. So we might show a video of a person doing the steps of making their bed. Antecedent-based interventions. So using visual or written activity schedules. Modeling, so you yourself may be using one bed and modeling the steps of putting the bed together while the individual is doing the same. Naturalistic interventions, so if you have a learner that is trying to figure out their daily morning schedule. So this is something that can be practiced every day, right? First, we get dressed, then we go and go to the restroom, get ready in the morning. Then we have breakfast. Then after that, we get our stuff together and bag together to go out the door. So those are steps that are done in a naturalistic setting. Every day you have to get ready and go to school or go to work. Prompting. In the broader sense, prompting is often used across all different settings and domains that I'm going to speak about today. But prompting specifically, they have different hierarchies, right? And remember, our main goal is to always get the learner to be as independent as possible. So then we also have to individualize what prompting procedures that we're going to be able to use. Some individuals do not like physical prompting. So then we have to find another way to prompt the individual to be able to complete the task. And then reinforcement. One thing that I want to kind of express about reinforcement is not only giving an individual something as a reward for completing a task. Reinforcement is something that we introduce into the environment to increase the likelihood of that behavior occurring in the future. So just like the example that I gave, I had a preference of the chocolate, but it wasn't a reinforcer. It wasn't strong enough for me to even engage in the activity or start the activity. Then we go to the money. I believe anytime you put $1 million in front of me, I'm going to try my best to complete that activity in order to gain that reinforcement. So these are some of the things we have to think about. So when you're thinking about your specific learner, you want to know what preference do they have. And again, when we talk about assessment and preference, this changes. And we always do reassessments to see where their skills level currently are, as well as reinforcement changes over time. Our preference change over time. So here are a couple of visuals. The first one on the far side is an example of a task analysis of hand washing. So it's grouped into individual steps that are taken to complete the entirety of washing hands. The second picture is an example of a prompt hierarchy. So I mentioned full physical guidance, that some individuals may not want the touch of somebody else as a prompt. So we may go to modeling, we may go to gestural, verbal, or visual prompts. Another thing that I want to talk about as far as prompting is whenever we're putting together a treatment plan, or we're putting together strategies in order to teach a new skill. Remember, we want to get the individual to be as independent as possible. So if we're putting in prompting techniques, we also need to be mindful of how we are going to systematically fade out those prompts, okay? So if an individual is able to follow the steps of hand washing using full physical guidance, we want to eventually get them down to maybe being able to follow the steps in a gestural model, or even with imitation, okay? So if we're putting in prompts, we have to also think about how are we going to fade out those prompts and get that individual to be as independent as possible. The next picture we have is room cleaning. So this is more of a checklist or a written schedule. And then simply on the last one is similar, which is a morning checklist, like I mentioned before. What do we do in the morning? We wake up, we put on our clothes, we eat breakfast, and so on. So this can be even used for older learners. This can be something that you place in front of the individual in the correct environment to also kind of be a reminder of what comes next. All right, so moving on to social skills or interpersonal skills. Communication. So maybe we have some early learners who are now working on initiating and reciprocating. This is a skill that we need in order to communicate in most of our environments, okay? Play skills, that can be categorized more as early intervention skill. Problem solving, conflict resolution, inferencing, and perspective taking. Those are a little bit more complex skills, so depending on the cognitive level of the learner, these are skills that also need to be worked on. Active listening, so being able to follow directions, waiting. There's a difference when somebody says, Cora, grab your bag and let's go, versus everyone, pack up your bag, it's time to go, right? So understanding that prompt of hearing my name, so an individual, a learner, might only react by listening to their name. So that, again, is a prompt. And we have to be kind of cognizant of these things when we're teaching new skills. Flexibility. This is something that I see often as well, especially in the world that we live in today. Things change, schedules change. And many individuals need kind of practice in that area as well to be able to be flexible with either no, something is not available, there's a change in the schedule. and then functional communication training. So all of these social skills include both verbal and nonverbal communication. So nonverbal will include facial expressions, body language, eye contact. And when I mention verbal, more of the auditory, what we can hear, the sounds, okay? So looking a little bit at evidence-based practices for teaching social skills. We have role-playing, probably one of my favorite. Just identifying maybe an area where the learner is having difficulty in their natural environment and practicing that. Either you being the person that is having conflict and you are now trying to contrive that environment, contrive those opportunities to practice, for that learner to practice. Social stories, this is commonly used. Social stories more or less are behaviors that we want to see, and we practice this. This is something you practice prior to the behavior occurring, and you can even practice it after. Video modeling, again, is another example. Using visual supports, practice play. Social skills training. This is important for individuals that need more practice in a group setting. Again, I'm going to reiterate, this is individualized. Even though many learners might have similar targets, how we teach those targets and how we teach within those domains varies from learner to learner. Computers and technology. Nowadays, there are quite a number of different apps that can be used to supplement, let's say if we can't have a group setting, where the learner is able to still practice these skills. And again, what you will always see is reinforcement. We want to encourage these behaviors to occur again in the future. One thing that I often see also when teaching social skills is that you might come across students that are able to give you the correct answer, right? So you do the role playing in a contrived setting where the individual, let's say, loses in a game and starts to have challenging behaviors. So we've talked about this in our social stories, we've given examples, we've done role playing, and they're able to give us the correct answer. But in the Constitution, so in the context of what is happening in the moment, sometimes our learners aren't able to generalize the skills that we've been talking about or role-playing in a setting one-to-one. So that's something that we have to also put in when we're teaching these skills. We want them to be able to generalize these skills across environments, across different individuals, and different situations. And making sure that if they do produce the correct response, that we're positively reinforcing those skills. So in the middle here, we have conflict resolution scenario cards. I often use these as an example. It gives me kind of a cue of what role-playing that I would want to do. It gives you scenarios in the natural environment that might occur. Again, this can be something that you can individualize as you know the learner and the skill deficits that they have in that area. Apps, like I talked about, there are a lot of social skills apps that can be found. These give another opportunity for our learners to practice those skills. Here on the right, we have an Inferencing Worksheet. This can be used for more older learners that are more cognitively able to read the paragraph and answer some of the questions. Another step that I take as far as when I'm trying to teach these skills is you give them the worksheet or you give them the understanding of what the practice is going to be. But then you also kind of go off script. Remember that we always said we want to generalize these skills. They can memorize this worksheet. So you need to also yourself to be changing up the questions, the scenarios, and also practicing them. we have academic skills. This is probably something that parents always kind of go to. They want their child to be able to read and write and do math. Remember when we're talking about assessments, and you as a parent or caregiver, you may have specific goals that you want your child to achieve. But the importance of consulting with a professional is that they're able to analyze where your child is lacking currently, and putting a hierarchy and a priority on which skills need to be addressed first. I put in here executive functioning skills, such as paying attention, organization and planning, and on-task behaviors. This is something that is relevant across all domains, including academic skills. But these are more so skills that we need to be working on congruently, so at the same time as the other skills. So within reading, we might have increasing the fluency, having them, let's say for example, if we want a child to read a certain number of words per minute, right? So we want to increase the fluency. We talked about handwriting, math, so being able to understand at what skill level your learner is at currently, and then language and vocabulary. So some evidence-based practices for teaching academic skills. We have antecedent-based interventions again, looking at visual or written schedules, modeling, differential reinforcement. So an example of this would be, like I just stated, when you're trying to teach, let's say, sight words, okay? And the individual is able to currently read out 10 sight words. So now they've mastered that, and they're able to do that across environments with different people. So now we're going to make the difficulty a little bit higher, okay? So now we're going to require, in order for the learner to obtain reinforcement, they're going to have to produce at least 20 words now. So they're no longer going to be reinforced for those 15 words. They're now going to be reinforced for 20. And we're going to keep doing this until we've reached a specific goal that we have set for that learner. Discrete trial training. So it's going trial by trial and teaching that same skill until mastery. Visual supports. So let's say we are teaching reading. We may pair the word elephant with a picture of an elephant and kind of give those visual supports. Prompting. So again, are we doing full verbal prompts that we want to fade that out, where the learner is available to identify those sight words quite quickly. And then again, functional communication training. When I mention functional communication training, a lot of these skills are sometimes impaired due to challenging behaviors. And we get that a lot in ABA, that we want to decrease a lot of challenging behaviors, which is very important. In order to do that, communication plays a big part. So that's why I put it in as an evidence-based practice for teaching across all of these skills and domains. Here are a couple of examples of reading programs, so SRA reading program, EdMark, and the reason why I chose these specific programs is because they have built-in assessments. I can't stress enough the importance of assessment, evaluation, individualization, where you can see exactly where the student is, where the learner is, according to their math, their language skills, and as well as their reading. With some of these programs, they also come in with a curriculum. So you know where their starting point is, and now you're able to kind of systematically, again, move up within the skill. So kind of recapping what I went over today. I know it's a very broad training, and I keep reiterating how important it is for everything to be individualized. But it's important to understand this because all of the learners, we all learn our different levels, we all need different prompts, and we all need different supports. And recognizing the best way to teach the learner will kind of set them up for success. All right? Recognizing the value of using these positive approaches allows us as the teachers, us as the parents or caregivers to provide the correct support, right? You understand the value of your child being able to communicate with others. You understand the importance of your child being able to wash themselves, right? Again, those challenges of living in a world where you aren't as independent, you don't have as much autonomy, limits the learner, right? So reading is very important. As soon as you're able to read, you're able to access more in the environment and across more environments in general. And then understanding the practical use again. I really hope that you guys are able to, even on a simple level, apply some of these techniques and strategies with some of your learners. That is my presentation for today. We have time for questions? Yes.
Hello?
We have time for 2 questions, please. Just 2.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Okay, mine is more like a passionate appeal. I want a mentor. I want to go into behavioral analysis. I want to become a behavioral analyst soon, and I want a mentor. I need a guide to go in the right direction. I need someone to guide me. So it's a passionate appeal to all behavioral analysts in the house, please. Someone should pick me up and guide me. That's my own appeal. That's all I want to know.
And you're more than welcome to ABA. Again, we have professionals here that are able to get in contact with you, and you're able to contact them in order to move forward. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, my question is, you made mention of breaking down the skills, when teaching skills to a child with autism. You made mention of breaking the skills into simple ways. So what about when teaching a child dressing, when teaching a child how to dress? So how can you break down buttoning to a child with autism, teaching him how to button a clothes? So how can you break down buttoning?
So the skill of buttoning is pretty simple in itself, right? So that can't be broken down anymore. But we need to understand whether it is a skill deficit or performance deficit, right? So have you consulted OT or PT? Is the child able to have those fine motor skills to perform that task? So that's the first thing. Another thing is understanding that repetition, this is not something that you're going to do once or twice. This is something that has to be practiced. The type of buttons that you might be using, you might need to start with bigger buttons, literally bigger buttons, and work down into more standard size buttons. So that's something you as the teacher, the parent, that you have to figure out. That's part of the assessment process. You have to observe that.
Good morning. My name is Isaiah.
Good morning.
My question is, all what you've said now, in government settings, there are no specialty in separating all these skills, all the children with special needs. How can we implement this in government curriculum? How can this be added to the curriculum that people with special needs in government special school will be able to categorize into their section? How can this be taught in government special needs children's school? Thank you.
So I can't speak on the government curriculum here in Nigeria. It is something, let's say, if you're a parent, you're a caregiver, this is something that you yourself should work into understanding and practicing on your own instead of waiting for it to be a part of a curriculum. Again, I don't want to speak on something that I'm not familiar with as far as the accessibility or the curriculum here. But it is skills that are attainable. These are not complex in order for your learner, for your child to gain the skill at home.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please, how do we teach on practical basis now the value of money? Because I have a challenge there. I've been able to find my way around other things, but sometimes I give my son a note, maybe a 500, go and buy stuff of 200. You just go there, give them the money, collect the thing, and come back. You will not bother to collect the change because he doesn't know the value of the money in his hands. And I have tried severally to teach him, but I'm having very difficulties here. Is there any way you can help?
Thank you. So, when we're talking about money skills, there are very different compartments to that. So what you're talking about would be just identifying money. So identifying the difference between 500 and 200. Is your child able to do simple addition or subtraction, right? So those are probably the skills that you want to work on first. Identifying what objects or what they're actually trying to get. So when we're teaching something, we can't teach the value of something, but the outcome of what we want, right? So we want them to be able to count, to do addition, the motivation, right? So if it's an item that they want, more than likely they will try to learn, how do I obtain that item? So remember, we're talking about motivation and reinforcement. So the motivation to want to buy something. So if you tell your child to go and buy something that they have no desire for, what is their motivation to go and to correctly try to obtain that item? It's not there. So try practicing at home, working on those skills. Can they identify the difference between 500 and 200? Can they do simple addition and subtraction? Those are the skills you need to work on. Then you can even practice and contrive, as in your home, it's a shop. So you have items, and include items that maybe they don't have access to and they're highly motivated for, and include that in the list where they can point to the item and say they want this, and then you simply start with simple addition. Okay, this is 5, give me 10. You know, things like that. So working with the motivation and reinforcement. Their reinforcement is when they correctly are able to do it and you're able to give them the item, okay? So have to think about the motivation. We can't just, go and buy a chair. They have no use for that, right? Their motivation would be, okay, let me go, I want a piece of candy. Okay, this is how much it is. Look and see how much you have. And this is after you worked on that skill of addition, understanding, and identifying numbers and things like that. So don't go to the outcome. You have to start systematically and move up. All right, that is the end of my presentation. Again, I do want to thank GT Bank for having me, and hopefully this was informational for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cora Hardy. Next up, we have Jeanette Washington. She's a speech therapist and software engineer. She empowers people living with autism to gain skills and build capacity in tech and other industries. She's speaking to us today on how speech therapy impacts autism. Please welcome her to the stage.
Who spoke about positive approaches to teach social, academic, and daily living skills to individuals with ASD. For me, some points that really stood out for me was the fact that, again, you cannot adopt one approach. You have to make sure that you're adopting approaches that are pertaining to the individual and needs. In addition, something she also spoke about was the power of role-playing and video modeling, positive reinforcements, and social stories. Her presentation was quite robust and very detailed as well. In addition, I think it was interesting to see that people who have difficulty with learning, they're actually different from people who have ASD, that they learn differently. And those are things that we have to really differentiate, and we have to make sure that we understand so that we're not just covering on one approach. Now, if you want to get Cora's presentation, you just need to go ahead and visit the website. The website is www.gtcoplc.com/autism 2021. All the presentations are available for downloading. We want to hear from you. We want to see if you have any questions. I'm going to go ahead and interview some of the speakers later, so you can send in your questions and we'll be able to answer them. So go ahead and comment down below this video. Send in your questions. We're going to pull and pick the ones that we're able to answer. In addition, also, you can, well, if you're outside of Nigeria, you can tweet, and you can tweet at us, and we'll be able to pull those questions as well. We also wanted to let you guys know that there are certificates of attendance. So all you need to do in getting a certificate of attendance is visiting the website again, www.gtcoplc.com/autism 2021, and you'll be able to get a certificate of attendance. So we're moving on swiftly, and the conference is just getting headway. Right now, we have speaking is Jeanette Washington, and she is going to be speaking on how speech therapy impacts autism. So let's head over to the main stage.
Exciting information to share with you all. So as you'll read in the booklet, my title is How Does Autism Impact Speech Therapy? But I decided I wanted to take it a step further and provide you all with some very practical, useful steps that you can implement immediately, because I don't know about you, but when I go to a professional development or when I'm in a seminar or a workshop, I like actionable steps. I like to know that I can leave here and implement this in my classroom, in my home, or wherever I am immediately. So we'll discuss how speech therapy and autism coincide with one another, but we will also look at some very practical steps that you can do immediately. All right. And you all have to bear with me. As I said, it's been a minute since I've been on an actual stage outside of a Zoom call, so now I don't know what to do. I'm oblivious. Okay, here we are. So let's start with that foundation. I think if we're building a house, or even if we're building a sandwich, we need to start with that bottom layer. So our foundation today is, what is autism? A lot of you may know what it is. You may have heard varying definitions of autism, but this one is the very practical one that I was able to do some research and gather some insight on. So autism is a combination of characteristics. And another thing that I find helpful when I am learning, because as I was preparing these slides, I thought about ways in which I could help you all learn in the way that I learn. I thought of an acronym. So when we're looking at what is autism, and I've already covered that it's a combination of characteristics, we want to use the acronym LRSS, okay? And let's take it a step further, because who may remember LRSS? I don't know. So my phrase of choice is Lagosians really savor suya, okay? Now you say it with me. Lagosians really savor suya. All right, so that'll help you remember that the combination of characteristics are language differences, repetitions, actions, social differences, and sensory differences. All right, so we'll cover a couple of them, but I'm not going to read it off to you because I am under the impression that you all can read this information well enough on your own. So when we are looking at language differences that those with autism experience, they may have a delay in language, a loss of words. You may hear a decrease in the use of gestures, or what is common is repeating others, also known as echolalia. Now, when we're looking at repetitious actions or repetitive actions, we see that they often have preferred topics, toys, or interests, and autistics may insist on doing things the same way or struggle with change. Let's hop on up here to social differences, and we have that autistics may prefer to play alone, or autistics may have difficulty with participating in conversations. And last but not least, that last S to our acronym is sensory differences, and you'll see a lot of autistic individuals may be picky eaters, or you may see a lot of hand flapping or jumping. So what does that acronym LRSS mean? What is that phrase we came up with? Can somebody shout out what the phrase was that I said? See, you already learning. All right, moving right along. Again, bear with me as I go through these slides. So, what's speech therapy? Again, if we're building a house or we're building a burger or we're building anything, we need to know these fundamental definitions. First, we said that autism was a combination of characteristics. Now we're looking at speech therapy. What is speech therapy? Well, if you use handy dandy Google here, you'll find that speech therapy is the assessment and treatment of social, communication, and speech disorders. Uh-oh. All right, I'm gonna get it together eventually. All right. So with that in mind, I am going to embark on providing you all with 25 different strategies that you can use today or tomorrow so that you can help your autistic learners really gain a grasp of speech and language. I also have this chair up here because I'm going to be calling a volunteer to assist me with a couple of these. But let's start with our first 5. They may be familiar to you, they may not, so we'll discuss them. First, we have self-talk. Next, parallel talk, repetition, increase opportunities, and simplify. These are the first 5 tasks or activities that you can practice anywhere. And let's talk about that first one, self-talk. So self-talk is simply talking aloud about what you're doing. If you're in front of your children, whether they are typical or atypical, you can use self-talk. And you're just basically talking about exactly what it is you're doing. Mommy is getting ready to go to the store. Mommy is picking up her car keys so she can drive her car to the market. It's simply self-talk. Next is going to be parallel talk. So you're going to be talking aloud about what your child is doing. So your child may have a race car on the floor, and you can say something like, Ade is racing his car really, really fast across the floor, and just really using that opportunity to engage with them by being their narrator, so to speak. Next, we have repetition. We want to repeat words over and over and over. There are statistics that exist that show that the more you expose a child to a particular word, the easier it will be for them to grasp it and add it to their repertoire, which then they'll add it to their everyday vocabulary. Next, we want to increase opportunities, and you can target the same word every single day. I think that is pretty self-explanatory in itself. Every day you can have a word, or every week you can have a word, and just make sure you are targeting that word when you're communicating with your child. Next, we have simplify. So we want to use short phrases and sentences when we're talking to our kids. Now, these are not motherese or parentese. It's simply you want to use direct language, but in a way that's palatable, in a way that your child can understand. They may not be on that level to gather what you mean in a 7-sentence, 8-sentence phrase for them. All right, so this is the fun part. So I'm going to call one of my colleagues up here to help me. And let's see. Who's feeling lucky? Nobody? Come on up. This is one of my colleagues. She's an attorney and advocate, and she's going to be assisting me as I show you all just a hands-on approach as far as using the next 5 of our skill sets, our strategies. All right, so you are going to help me with the first example, which is add one word. So you're going to use I'm going to use one more word than my child is using. So you can have a seat. You can be my child as my example, and you are going to use just one word to get my attention. So I'll play the scenario out for you. I'm cooking food. It's smelling good. And you're sitting there. What would you say? Good job. So she would say eat. And so if I am going to add one more word to that, I would say, let's see, let's eat. Or eat soon. So can any of you think of another way I could add one word to what she said, eat? Eats food. I like that. Eats food, okay? So we're just adding one word to the word that she's already mastered. And that's going to be helpful as we are trying to build that speech and language component across the lifespan. Because as we know, some of our autistic loved ones may be adults and they are still struggling with speech and language. Some of them may be children. So it would be helpful to use as soon as you leave here. Next, we have model. So tell them what you want them to say. So you can use this in a ton of different ways where you are almost sabotaging or setting up the room for that child to say something, that desired, that word that you'd like. But imitation is also where you would teach them to copy you. Again, those two are a little self-explanatory. You can be extremely creative and innovative in your approach as you are implementing those. Visuals. Visuals are so important, and we want to show objects or pictures when we're talking, because that is super essential as we are setting up schedules. We'll discuss that a little bit later on. Next, you can teach early sign language. I've seen a lot of parents that I've worked with that have taught their children sign language, and it has been a great breakthrough as it relates to them communicating with one another and making that exchange. All right, so next slide. You are going to help me with, let's see, give 2 choices. So we have one at a time, give 2 choices, sabotage, out of reach, and be forgetful. So my colleague is going to help me with give 2 choices. So if I had my child sitting here in front of me, I could simply ask them a question. And we don't want it to be a closed-ended question. We want to give them an opportunity to communicate with us. So essentially, if we're looking at the scenario about you eating, I can say, what are 2 meals, 2 Nigerian meals that you love? Okay.
Rice or pounded yam.
Okay. So she said rice and or pounded yam. So I can give her those choices. Do you want rice or do you want pounded yams? What are you going to say?
Rice.
So she's going to say a rice in this instance. But it's always helpful to give your children choices. All right, next we have sabotage. So we set it up so that they need our help. You can put something out of reach, as you see on that next task, and really set up the room to where that child has to ask or has to show you that they have interest in that item or object. The next one is probably my favorite. I use this with my son. It's be forgetful. Let them ask you what they need. I do it usually for myself, so I would do a lot of parallel talk and a lot of self-talk, and I would say, Mommy is ready to go to work. What does she need? You know, or I would act like I'm walking out of the house with something, and then my son, he likes to let me know that I'm very forgetful. So he will tell me, you need your keys, or he will show me keys, or, oh, you need your shoes. So being forgetful, sabotaging the environment so that they have to ask, and placing things out of reach is super duper important. All right. I think this might be my last one. I don't know. I think I have two more. So again, these are strategies that you all can use immediately. You do not have to wait. It's really easy, and they are helpful as we are looking at speech and language. So next we have be silly, follow their lead, that's new, verbal routines, and we can sing. So, Cora, can you give me a book, the program book? I'm going to teach you all a song while I'm up here. Thank you. So we'll start at sing. So you can teach language using songs. I'm sure you all know that. So when I taught a lot of kindergartners with speech issues and delays and disfluencies, I taught them about a book. And each book has a cover, it has a ending page or back cover, it has pages, it has a spine. So I would teach them the song, the front of the book, the front of the book, hi-ho librario, the front of the book. And as you can imagine, every part of the book we went through, we sung the spine of the book and then the pages. But essentially, that is a great way to teach language and also to help prepare them for tasks that will require them to know that information. So next we have verbal routines. You can use the same words in daily routines, explore something new, talk about their interests. That would be to follow their lead. So for instance, what are your interests?
Writing.
You like to write?
Yes.
All right, so if my child liked to write, I would talk to them about what they like to write. Or matter of factly, what would they like to see written? What would they read? And really understand their interests, because that's going to get them really joyous, really excited to share. And you want to tap into that. That's the sweet spot when you find their interests. And you also could be silly to get their attention with unexpected actions. Now, I'm normally pretty silly, so that one isn't difficult for me, but for some of you, it may be a little harder. All right. Okay, so this is the last one. So I hope you all were able to, I see some people with your phones out taking those pictures. Make sure you are utilizing the notebook inside of the folder you were given, so you can take some great notes along the way. But these are my last 5 of the 25 speech and language strategies to help your autistic learner, your autistic adult, your autistic adolescent, or wherever level they are on that lifespan. So we have wait. That means that you should pause and give time for your child to respond. If your child doesn't respond immediately, it could simply mean that they're processing that information. A lot of us get frustrated and we want answers now, but it's really important to pace ourselves when we're asking our children questions. Make comments, more statements than questions. So again, this talks more along the lines of not asking closed-ended questions, not asking questions that require a yes or a no. And that is the next one as well. It says to use WH questions instead of yes or no. So you want to use the what, where, when, why, and sometimes how. All right? Pacing boards. You can tap or clap to add more words. Pacing boards are what teachers typically use, or speech-language pathologists like myself, but it's easy to implement those in a household as well. Again, that's going to really fall into line with our conversation earlier, the strategy we looked at, which talked about teaching one word a day, all right, and then say it back. Repeat back with stress on correct words. So, for instance, if your child says, go to bathroom, you can change the prosody and the way you say that, like, would you like to go to the bathroom? And those cues, when you say it back, and the stress that you're adding is usually helpful as they are learning and growing. So that is the end of my presentation. I want to thank you all for your time and thank my colleague here for joining me. Okay. You know, like I said, I'm a little lost up here. It's been a while. Okay, there we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who do I give this to? Oh, I have questions. Do I have any questions? Because we do have a little time before our next presentation and before lunch. All right, I have a lady up here in red that has a question.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
I have just one question.
Yes.
And it's based on these children with autism. Your teaching is your practical approach.
Yes.
So what can we do about, how can we go about a child that doesn't understand the information you are passing across? You can't talk, and it was autistic. You can't talk, cannot understand the information you are passing. Maybe say, what is your name? The child cannot respond. So how can we go about that?
So that's a layered question. It's very reminiscent of one of the strategies I had up there about pausing and pacing yourself. So that child likely understands. However, it's taking some time for that child to process the information. And we're on our own timeline. We're rushing our children. We're rushing them so that they can do things that we want them to do, how we want them to do those particular things. I think at the core, you need to be patient, learn that child's interest, and really build that foundation that they're comfortable with small phrases and words. Now, we do know that there are children who are illiterate and they're not communicating like we would like them to, but that should not stop you from exposing them to language, exposing them to speech, okay? Because I think what happens is we acknowledge that this child is not talking or is not speaking, and so we deprive that child from language, from speech. And that's definitely not within the scope of that child learning. So continue to practice using these different skill sets and strategies I presented. And remember, it's not your timeline, it's that child's timeline, or that adult, or wherever they fall on that lifespan. Patience is a virtue. That's what they say. I have a question over here.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your very short, precise.
Yes, it's the point.
Yes, the point presentation. So I have a question. I have a 6-year-old son, and there are issues with responding appropriately. So I know that he knows the correct thing to say. So for a very good example, on my way here, bye mom, he's supposed to say have a nice day, and then he's not saying it, he's saying something else. Say have a nice day, he's saying the bus is moving. So how do you differentiate between that kind of speech, would I say incongruency, and being a behavioral thing? I don't know if he's being naughty, because I know he can say have a nice day. And how do I correct that?
So it is less about correcting it and more about making sure your child is very aware, okay? So I would start in that instance with making sure that your child is aware of what needs to be said. You mentioned something that you don't know if he's being naughty, and I don't know if we'll ever find out whether he's being naughty in that instance. But I think as a parent, it's just up to you to make sure you're reinforcing what should be said.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My question is this: how do you achieve this language strategy in a normal school setting where you have an autistic child with normal children in the same classroom?
Okay, so there is an autistic child in a mainstream classroom, and you'd like to implement these strategies here? I would say that the strategies I've given you could be used for all the kids, and in a way that's very inclusive, so that everyone is being able to benefit from what has been said. I would also look at maybe taking some time throughout the day to work specifically on some of these goals or skill sets, maybe designating 20 minutes with that child or 15, because I know attention spans can also be a hindrance, but just isolating them and having that time with them to practice some of these skill sets. But I think that these are all applicable for all kids.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Or afternoon.
Please, sorry. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please, I have a child that is a special needs child, but she doesn't like to write, but you like reading. What can you do what can I do to help the child to love writing or involving in getting to love to write?
That's actually a really good question. And I'm thinking about my colleague's presentation where she talked about the fact that, if you don't know how to do something, regardless of what incentive is given to you, you won't do it. So I will look into whether that child has the skill set to write and build upon that before I force him to write. Maybe that child is not capable of a writing, or maybe that child is unaware of how to write, how to use different strokes. So I think that there should be a look at the core or the tenets of the issue before you assume that the child just doesn't like to write.
Okay, we have a question from one of our viewers online. The question is it possible for a 1-year-old to sing only and not talk and not be on the spectrum?
I mean, I've definitely seen children and heard children sing before at a young age because of the exposure, because of the singing that they're hearing on a regular basis. So they're able to mimic that. So usually I advise parents that about 18 months is that time frame where if that child is not communicating, then you do need to consult with your child's doctor. But I think at 1 year old, that's 12 months, and the child is singing, that does not strike me as abnormal.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions.
Yay! All righty, well, thank you all. It's been a joy.
Jeanette Washington. I think Jeanette's presentation was very, very it had so many takeaways, and it had a lot of moments where you could immediately apply what she was saying directly to the life of your child or an adult that you know that's living with autism. I would highly recommend that you download her presentation so that if you were not able to take pictures while she was talking, you're able to apply those skills. And something that I think that really stuck out to me is she had the best acronym, right? Legashans really savor Suya. And if you were watching, you know what that means and what that stands for. So make sure that you check out her presentation online.
Thank you so much, Jeanette,
in addition,
for your presentation.
I found her presentation to be very interesting, where she talked about the impact and the necessary understanding that you must know that language is so pertinent in terms of making sure that people who are living with autism are able to close that gap as well. In addition, she talked a lot about building the language skills, and she gave over 25 different strategies to make this happen. So, you know, we can't say that our speakers are not delivering. They are. We hope that you're finding these resources helpful. We hope that you're finding them helpful.
She's speaking to us
if you want to
today
download her presentation, just visit the website www.gtcoplc.com/autism 2021. And you can also use the hashtag Be a Voice, as we're encouraging you to continue to be a voice for those who are living with autism. We're going to go back to the main stage. And our next speaker is Dr. Wangesh Zeleke, and she's an associate professor in counseling, psychology, and special education at the Donquist University. And her topic is autism and co-occurring mental health diagnosis. So let's head over to the main stage.
Good afternoon. All right, I know it's lunchtime, so what I would like to start is I would like to invite all of you to stand up from your seat. So we're going to do something different. Okay. So I like that stretch. Feel free to stretch your body while you're maintaining your physical distance. Or you could do your hands, flip or stretch. Then turn to the person who stands next to you. Look at that person and make 3 assumptions about that person. So maybe I would say like this. Cora is in front of me. Then I may say, Cora, I think you're a mother. I think your favorite food is pizza. I think you speak 7 languages. Then Cora is going to tell me, yes, you're right, pizza is my favorite, or no, that assumption is wrong. So when I count from 1 to 3, you just go ahead and take a turn, make that 3 assumptions, check each other, and when we're done, when I say I'm done, we're going to stop. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead. All right. For the interest of time, we're going to stop here. How many of you got your 3 assumptions right? Only few hands. You may be seated. Thank you for your voluntary action. All right. So, yesterday and today, we had a really wonderful time learning about how to help children, adolescents, and adults with autism. So in the next 30 minutes with me, we're going to shift the gear a little bit and talk more about what instead of how. So when you ask or make assumption, what did you make is either about what the person is doing or like or have, right? And you're probably those who get the right, you may have more information about the person you ask, right? So that is all what it tells is about assessment. We talk about assessment is as a process of gathering data in a systematic way so that we can make meaning about the data that we gather. So when we talk about diagnose as the theme of this conference, diagnose is nothing except the arrival of, or the naming of all this assessment. We all are not immune from bias or making assumption. Actually, we can't stop making assumption. The moment I came to this stage, all of you have a certain of perception and assumption about me. Maybe based on the way that I dress, or my size, or the way I hear. So observation is one of the tools that we use. But a person is more than what we see, right? So when we talk about diagnose, what we are talking is the naming, right? We all have information. The difference is when we do it diagnose, we do it systematically. So we have a meaning. Today, when we talk about autism and co-occurring diagnose, it's not about only the diagnose. I wanted to send one clear message. What is the purpose of diagnose? Anyone can volunteer answering this question? Because I'm a teacher. I love interacting and engaging. What is the purpose of diagnose? Over here. Anyone can?
The purpose of diagnosis is to get treatment.
Right. The purpose of diagnosis itself is a communication. If we are professional or parent, when we say the child has autism, what we are saying is there is a neurological difference. The child's neurological composition is function differently than the typical or the normal population, so that we know what to do, where to go. But diagnosis serves all to communicate, not to label the child or to put the child on the box. That's why we say a child with autism instead of autistic child, because the diagnosis comes first. Second, the person comes first. So when we talk about mental health diagnosis, what we're talking is about the person's feeling, thought process, and action. So my hope in this 30 minutes time with you is to create awareness about mental health diagnosis. So we're going to overview what's mental health diagnosis and how that occurs or co-occurs in the autism spectrum, and understanding why this population or individual with autism are vulnerable to comorbid diagnosis. And if time allows, we may touch base about effective treatment for comorbid mental health diagnosis. So I wanted to start from this, about autism as a neurological development disorder, right? So as you see in this, we have in the new DSM-5 diagnosis, which is the Diagnostic Statistics Manual that the American Psychiatric Association use to label or diagnose any mental health related or disorder. We have a new definition for autism, right? It's a neurological development disorder, and it's in the category of with intellectual disability, communication disorder, ADHD, a specific learning disorder, motor disorder, all these are neurological disorder. And as you see in the autism, we are not longer, say, Asperger's syndrome, Rett disorder, pervasive development disorder, or autistic. You see, in the past, before 2013, we have 5 types of autism that we go, but our understanding is getting better as we do more research and as we live with the population in a very conscious and intentional way. So one of the other differences that I want to point it out is we not longer talk about autism as a triadical deficit, whether it's in the DSM-4, when we diagnose autism, we use more social interaction problem, communication, restricted, repetitive, interested behavior. But no, we don't no longer use that. In the DSM-5, we use more social communication and restrictive, repetitive behavior, because communication is a tool for interaction, connection, or for socialization. So you can't separate communication and social. So when I talk about the diagnosis, I'm coming with this understanding of, or considering the new definition. I just want also to point it out a little bit what is new in the DSM-5 when we talk about social and communication. There's a lot of criteria and symptoms, so we're not going to deal with that. But the first one is deficit in social-emotional reciprocity, and deficit in nonverbal communication behavior, deficit in developing and maintaining a relationship. So I want you to pay attention for those because it's very important for what we are talking today. And on the restricted and repetitive pattern of behavior, we will find that stereotype, repetitive speech, or movement or object, right? So they may move object, or they may repetitively say words or sounds or speech, or have that repetitive movement. And excessive adherence to routine, ritualized verbal or nonverbal behavior. And a highly restricted fixated interest, whether it's intensity or focus. But the new addition is about the hypo or hyper-reactive to sensory aspect of the environment. When we talk about sensory, remember we are talking about the sound, the smell, the touch, the vision, and the movement. So the new definition or diagnosis includes that reaction to the sensorial environment. So where I would like to take this is now we have this in mind, and the new diagnosis or definition of autism include this. So let's take it to how we diagnose. So if you see, mostly when we diagnose autism, we all been talking about that autism as a spectrum, and we use more intensity and severity in terms of functional or dysfunctional. So either we're using the diagnosis of continuum for social, emotional communication and behavior, but also the presence of intellectual disability or comorbidity. The Center for Disease Control study shows that mostly 31% of the population in the autism spectrum shows less than 17 IQ in the intelligence test. That means if an individual have less than 70 IQ, that means they are in the category of intellectual disability. But remember, there is 69% of the population are above the average IQ. That spells one of the myths that we have. All children with autism or individuals with autism have intellectual disability. No, only 31%. The remaining have high IQ. But in mental health practice, when we do the diagnosis, what we see is here someone on the mild autism spectrum and have a high functionality in the social or minimum affective adaptation in the environment, all the way severely affected into adapting the environment, right? And we have on the other continuum, when we look at the intellectual ability or difficulty, we'll find that continuum also, someone who become nonverbal, having poor academic skills, or intellectual disability, all the way to high or above average intelligence with good academic performance and highly interactive cognitive skill. So when we see this quadrant, our children or adults or adolescents in the spectrum can fall anywhere. So I want you to focus when we talk about mental health disorder. Mostly we may talk, or most of our clients may fall on the one of the quadrants. So it's very important to see where the children or that individual fall on this quadrant. Then we can go to the next one. So if you see, we all are unique in our own way, right? But we are the same as a human being. All what we do is think, feel, act, or make a choice, right? If you see all of your problem or all of your thing, everything is about your thinking, feeling, doing, or behavior, or connection, or relationship you have with other people, or with your own self, or with the environment. So just like everybody else, individual with autism can fail with many things. So if we put the deficit as a result of being in the spectrum or autism in the middle, what we could find is individuals that have a deficit related to language and communication or medical comorbidity too, right? Most of us may seizure or sleep disturbance or tuberculosis, motor deficit, metabolic, or on the other hand, the behavioral, which is like the tantrum, self-injury, aggression. But on the other hand, I also put the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, because trauma is also one of the, I've been working with children with autism for about 20 years, and one of the things that you find is they may have behavior that you can't explain based on the neurology, but if you go always and track back their life experience, you will find adverse experience, just like any individuals. So when there is trauma, trauma affects brain, trauma affects feeling, because trauma is an overwhelming feeling about event. So most of the time, sometimes even the way we set up our environment can be traumatic and activate their survival brain and allow them to react instead of to act. So it's very important to see what is behind the autism diagnosis, what's connected, what are the other conditions. So for today, what we're talking as a mental health is more with this one. Yes. So. Okay, so when we talk about mental health, as I said, what we are talking is about the person's thinking or thought process, feeling, and action. So I know it's very ambitious to talk about all these three disorders and how they connected to autism or how we can find them, but we'll do our best. You know, in the past, when a child or an individual is diagnosed with autism, we don't diagnose them with ADHD or anxiety or depression. But nowadays, our understanding is different. Actually, children with in the spectrum can have a co-occurring disorder, have anxiety or depression or ADHD. Why? You know the reason, right? Because there are more contributing factors. You know, in our some of the presentation yesterday, I hear that individuals with autism are at high risk of being bullied, being misunderstood by the general community in the school. I'm sure if you're a parent or teacher of children with autism and you are engaged and share their lived experience, you know how many stressors comes from the environment, from the social context. So that's why. And they are also more likely to experience adverse life events, especially when autism occurs in a family that are dealing with chronic poverty or domestic violence or any adverse experience. We know that increases the likelihood to develop mental health issue. Obviously, when we see the definition of autism or the symptom or the condition that associated with autism, what we see is there is a predisposition factor as a result of being in that. That's the cognitive rigidity, or a problem with emotional regulation, or intolerance of uncertainty associated with autism, right? So you may have a child with autism who is more focused on one thing, right? So you take him in one road, and the other day to take him to the school in one road, and you change that, the child will react, right? So that reaction can lead also for miscommunication. And the emotional regulation deficit may be also a transdiagnostic phenomena in general. And we know from more than 40 years research that study shows that people with autism have comorbid psychiatric disorder more likely than the general population, and have also significantly shorter lifespan, not due to the autism itself, but to accompany mental health or physical health condition. So it's very important. They can manifest full range of mental health disorder symptoms can be present with this population. And if so, we can understand and come to do intervention, because most mental health disorder, you see, we said autism is not a disease, so it's a lifelong condition, but most of mental health disorders are treatable. If the child is suffer from anxiety, anxiety is treatable, right? So we can treat the anxiety, we can approach that. And when we see the number or the prevalency, as many, of course, the number may be mixed and vary from study to study. Some of the studies that I came across shows that as many as 85% of children with autism have some form of comorbidity psychiatric disorder. Remember, most of the studies that we are using here are studies done in Western culture or in Western society. What does that mean is maybe may not fully represent our context in Africa, but it give us a way to understand. 35% are taking at least one psychotic medication as a treatment for ADHD or hyperactivity or high self-injury characters. And if you see 70% of the population have one, or 40% may have two or more comorbid diagnoses, whether it's language disorder, learning disability, intellectual disability, or ADHD, anxiety, or depression. From all of mental health disorder, ADHD and anxiety or mood disorder and depression, those are the common that we see. There is some number also to see the prevalence and what factors that contribute when it comes to anxiety, ADHD, and depression. As I said, the number of the prevalence can be vary from study to study, but when I look at a couple of studies, the commonly understanding is there are 40 to 45% of children and adolescents in the spectrum deal with anxiety. So since I have only 5 minutes, so I'm going to run with that. The same with ADHD and the same with depression. What does this figure tell us is this is a problem that we can treat it differently and understand. So this is another number. You will find it in the tape. So when we talk about anxiety, what our anxiety mean is it's a worry or fear. Anxiety is a disorder that causes significant worry or fear. When we look at the symptom, it could be physiological, just like the dizziness, dry mouth, okay, or all the heartbeat, tightening, nausea, or rapid heart moment, right? So I am afraid to speak in public. And if I am forced to present in public speak, what will I have? I have a physiological reaction, right? So maybe my heart pound, my cheeks maybe feel hot or run. So all this physiological reaction is induced by fear but anxiety is more than the physiological symptom. So we have also a thought process, right? So, I'm going to die if I climb that height, or something wrong is going to happen to me. All these kind of thoughts may make me also to change the behavior, which is either to stop speaking in public or climbing that height or throw a tantrum. So that is, anxiety has all these symptoms. When we see a common anxiety disorder with children in the spectrum, we may see them having a specific phobia, whether it's to loud noise or a crowd place or a social anxiety, or specifically a bridge or a height, or general anxiety in general for worrying for everything and holding a thought process as if something bad is going to happen. Or separation anxiety. They may have more attachment, whether with the caregiver, parents, or attachment with objects. And to separate with that attachment can be one of the problem. When we talk about ADHD, I think for the interest of time, I'm going to pass to ADHD can be extremely challenging to distinguish from autism spectrum disorder. If you see ADHD is either hyperactive or impulsive, I'm running out of time. So you can find the DSM criteria for hyperactivity and attention, but I wanted to mention one thing. What is similar between ADHD and autism is there is a social difficulty and problem with rule, and the peer rejection, teasing, and neglect, intrusive, inflexive, controlling, annoying, exploring, all, and social naivety, all this behavior seems overlap between individual in the spectrum and individual with ADHD. So overall, the same with depression. Depression is the more mood-related problem. And we have a similarity on the symptom. And these are more assessment that you can use. But overall, general consideration. First, I would endorse and repeatedly say, when we do diagnose, we need to do it in a multiple setting before arrive, and diagnose has to have a purpose. Sorry, my time is gone up, so I'm going to stop it here. But as I said, you will have all those information in the PowerPoint. Do I have time for a question? No. It's lunchtime, so we're not compromising. Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Waganesh. So we've come to the halfway point of day 2. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. Please be seated. The ushers will pass out lunch to make sure everyone gets lunch. For anyone listening online, you can visit gtcode.com/autism2021 to register for your certificate. Also, all the presentations will be on the website as well, so you can always reference them. So time for lunch. Thank you. Please, can all the facilitators come on stage for a picture? Thank you.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine.
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development is the child development process. So Kamara, for instance, working on she didn't 7 months, 8 months old. She didn't do things at the normal pace that other children would do them. So that's when you say that a child has global development delay.
Lots of people think that it's contagious. I don't know why people run away. You know, I've had people who don't want their children to, you know, be around children with autism. It's not contagious. It's not a disease. Autism is just, You know, the children with autism are just wired differently. You know, you just have a different ability, but they're just very much like every other person is.
For me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. And I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, you know, in my life, there are days when I'm sad, there are days when I'm angry, there are days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hands, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are emotions that whether you are me or you're living with any condition, whether autism, those are emotions that we all go through. And for me, at a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular day-to-day emotions. So that when you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways.
My name is Remy Olutimine. I'm a voice director for animation. I'm a voice actor. I'm a writer and a producer of animation. I'm also on the autism spectrum. Where I am on the spectrum is not, as I put it, this sexy side. When I say that I'm not on the sexy side of the spectrum, I'm very fortunate that I'm verbal. Very, very, very fortunate that I'm verbal. It took a while for me to understand that it was a spectrum. I read a ton of psychology literature in secondary school. Not to understand other people, but to figure out what was wrong with me. I think I got to where
less agents that are artificial. You want to just watch artificial agents that could kind of heighten the restlessness, the distractibility, and inattentiveness. So again, it depends on individual child. So you need a kind of nutritionist with good knowledge of children with developmental delays that can plan a good diet for your child. And we have a couple of them that can help you out. So I won't make general statements that will that might not match your own child's peculiar needs. But the bottom line or a general statement will be more like avoiding foods with high sugar content, generally. Food with preservative, artificial flavor, artificial sweetness. You know, not just for kids with autism, but generally for everybody.
Generally, yeah.
You must watch what you eat that are highly processed. You know, you want to go for more natural options.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, same for everyone.
And the person also asked, where can they find the resources for nutrition planners, like for people who are nutritionists, specifically with this?
You have Tolokwe, I just say. You have Ijoma Ugu. They're well known. They're even part of GTB program, and they provide nutrition advice for parents who are willing to try dietary option to help their kids. Yeah, we get them in the GT Bank directory.
So there you have it, all the options, again, all these resources, that Dr. Grace has said, they are available on the directory. Please visit the website, www.gtcoplc.com/autism 2021 to get these resources. There was something that you mentioned in your presentation, and I thought it was very interesting. You put a huge emphasis on saying about Dr. Google, and, parents should be very careful when it comes to doing research. I know how I am when I have like a slight cold or something like that. The first thing I do is I go to the website, and I think the website is called Home MD or something.
Home Remedy,
it will give me all the issues that could possibly be wrong with me. And sometimes it might be something small. So my question is, what can a parent do to avoid collecting so much information on the internet that might sometimes be a detriment instead of helpful? And how do you sieve through knowing what's credible information?
Yeah, Google, anyone can throw out anything into the net. And once you search for a word that is in that content, it will appear to you whether it's true or false, because there is no, how do I put it now? You don't have anyone checking out or verifying those things. For example, if I say, my mother is the most beautiful woman on earth, and I throw that into the net. Once you Google most beautiful woman on earth, my mother's picture will come out from there without anyone verifying whether that's true or not. So the same thing with information concerning our children. So each parent will write something about their own child on the net for education purpose, for information, fantastic. But you see, if we're not careful, you might think everything that parent wrote, it might not just be what the parent did. The parent must have done some other things apart from that. It's the results the parent is posting, not the details of what was done. So if you hook, line, and sinker adopt that and you want to just use it for your own child, it might be detrimental, because your child would definitely be different from that picture that was painted. Yes, some symptoms might look alike, but it doesn't mean that they are the same as your child. So you need, yes, you can get some information on Google, but when it comes to implementation, try as much as possible to cross-check with professionals and even talk about what you saw on the net with the professionals. So the professional will be able to tell you whether those things you read match it. The things you read match with your own son's peculiarity. It's very important, rather than taking decision on your own by yourself.
I want to find out from you, what role do you think public sectors can really play in ensuring that we continue to raise awareness when it comes to autism and assisting people who are living with autism?
Yeah. The public now, you mean?
No, the public sectors.
The public sectors. Well, all hands must be on deck when it comes to supporting any cause. It can never be too much. So in areas of awareness, we need more of the public sector coming on board, because if GT, you see, look at here now, I think the people here are the average, in quote, people, or even above average people. When you talk about grassroots, I don't think they are represented here. When you're talking about someone from Makoko, Maroko, Ijora, Egbeda, Okokomaiko, the interiors, the real grassroots. Right. And disability is no respecter of any man. So you still have individuals with developmental delays in those areas that have no access to the kind of media representations that we have here. So it's very important that the public sector, look at grassroots awareness program, where you can bring in people that can speak the language at the grassroots level, where you can bring in professionals that can, in community health, that can relate at grassroots level, that will let them know that, look, your child is not as a result of the enmity you have with your neighbor, or because of the grandma that give your child a bath
You know, because when kids at that level, the mentality is like someone is
Doing
the
you.
cause. Yeah. You know? Someone is doing you. It's my enemy. It's my neighbor. It's that woman that looked at me with one kind eye when I was pregnant. Oh, is that snail? They told me not to eat snail. And I ate snail. I was craving for it. It was one thing I ate throughout pregnancy. Or they just come up with what they ask them not to eat.
Because there has to be some sort of reasoning as to why something like this is happening.
They just want something to hold on to as the
Exactly.
cause, thinking if they can trace back the cause, then they can get a solution. And that's not the case, you know. So we need this awareness program. We need the public sector to join this
the cause and making sure that we continue to
enlightenment
raise
and awareness
awareness.
program to take it to the grassroots.
To the
It's
grass-
needed.
Right. Between, you know, when this conference comes around next year, this time next year, presumably, what would you like to see changed in the conversation? What gaps are you hoping will be filled?
Concerning the GT Bank program.
For this time next year.
This time next year, probably GT Bank would have done some form of a research and probably go bring in parents from the grassroots to come on stage here and tell us their story. And tell us what it is like, you know, so that we hear it from the people that might not have access to the kind of information that you and I have. Because I still very much am interested in the grassroots, those people who actually may not have any form of hope. You know, for them, it's enough to deal with poverty.
Right.
And then hunger. And now you have to deal with developmental delay.
It's if you think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you know,
it will be as
there's
if the
so many
world is
things
against
exactly
them.
that they're dealing with, and that's
Do
another
you get
level.
it?
Yeah.
It's like, like it was, hey, why are you doing this to me? You know, I can't even feed myself. I'm not living in a group.
I think that's a very insightful perspective, and it's something that definitely does need to be considered.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grace,
Thank
for
you
having
very
this
much.
quick chat with me.
Thank
You can get her presentation on the website. All you need to do is visit www.gtcoplc.com/autism 2021 to get her presentation, and of course, access to be able to communicate with all of our speakers. We're going to go on a quick break. I'll be back with another speaker right after this.
Thank you very much.
My name is Remy Olutimine. I'm a voice director for animation. I'm a voice actor. I'm a writer and a producer of animation. I'm also on the autism spectrum. Where I am on the spectrum is not, as I put it, this sexy side. When I say that I'm not on the sexy side of the spectrum,
You know, it's cooler down here than it is
I think that's where I have a lot of failure.
At some point, I might just ask what the takeaway there is. I see. I am well. Because I started as I said, so I wanted to, I just came, so I wanted to be sure that it's not simply one set of facilities.
education or career-wise or otherwise, where being on the spectrum did not give people the wrong vibe around me. But thankfully, through those experiences, I learned to develop my mask. There was nothing wrong with me. I wasn't demon possessed. I wasn't stupid. You know, the way I framed the situation in my head was that I just needed to pay more attention to who I am than other people. I turned all of my classes, whether it was mathematics, introductory technology, integrated science, it did not matter. I turned this thing into a story in my head, which made a lot of things very easy to recall. When someone's on the spectrum, I don't see it as a disorder. For me, it's a superpower. I will maintain this as a fact in history. There's literally been no forward movement in human civilization without the autistic.
At this very most difficult time for the country and the world, your bank is committed really to making sure that we give back to the society that has made us. So in collaboration with the Lagos State government, and I'll try to anticipate some of the comments that we have heard, we have built and delivered a 110-bed isolation center at Onikon Stadium. It is not just a facility with beds. It is actually a hospital, and the only thing you will not be able to do there is operations. So we have 30 consulting rooms. We have a waiting area. We have a pharmacy. We have a testing lab. We have an outside ward. We have doctor's quarters, female and male. We have showers. We have toilets. We have full facilities for feeding. Then in the main ward, we have a 10-bed ICU that has 10 ventilators, which means, contrary to a lot of hospitals or centers which you will go to today, if you're a chronic patient with respiratory problems, there is a ventilator. We have 10 of those. Then we have another 100 beds for people who are showing milder symptoms. A training started yesterday of all the personnel, because this disease, contrary to what people think, it's very sensitive. You cannot run a hospital the way a normal hospital is run. So all the people who are going to work on that site are going through a 2-day program training, up to the cleaners, the caterers, the doctors, on the entire process as to how you move in there. Another comment I heard is the why Lagos? We must start somewhere. And it is who invites you to do this kind of thing that you do it with. So if the Lagos State government invited us and was willing to do this, that is where we have started. I thank the shareholders, I thank the customers who have given us the means and the wherewithal to do this. When we delivered the site, we prayed that maybe it will never be used and hope it will never be used. But what we have done is that if it is ever needed, then we have provided 110 first-class beds that will hopefully save the lives of people. I thank you very much. At this very most difficult time for the country and the world, your bank is committed really to making sure that we give back to the society that has made us. So in collaboration with the Lagos State government, and I'll try to anticipate some of the comments that we have heard. We have built and delivered a 110-bed isolation center at Oniko Stadium. It is not just a facility with beds. It is actually a hospital, and the only thing you will not be able to do there is operations. So we have 30 consulting rooms. We have a waiting area. We have a pharmacy. We have a testing lab. We have an outside ward. We have doctor's quarters, female and male. We have showers. We have toilets. We have full facilities for feeding. Then in the main ward, we have a 10-bed ICU that has 10 ventilators, which means, contrary to a lot of hospitals or centers which you will go to today, if you're a chronic patient with respiratory problems, there is a ventilator. We have 10 of those. Then we have another 100 beds for people who are showing milder symptoms. The training started yesterday of all the personnel.
Wait. It's on. Yeah, like good night.
The way normal hospital is run. So all the people.
All right, this is the day of the Autism Conference.
As a caregiver for a child with autism?
Sure. So I always use this analogy. You know, when you're on a plane, and the plane, they give the announcement and they say, if we lose altitude, put your mask on first and then put your child's on. So what that translates into is that if you can't breathe, you'll suffocate and your child will die. Right. So you put that in the perspective of taking care of oneself. You know, I look at the family, the mother and the father being the tree, but also the roots to the tree. So if the roots die, everything else falls apart. So it's important that parents take care of themselves by staying healthy, mentally healthy as well as physically healthy. And so yesterday we talked about ways that people can take small amounts of time in their day to, whether it be meditate, pray, or just do an activity that they really like.
And I know that a lot of times, you know, a lot of times this can be a very isolating experience, you know, especially if it's a situation where your family members don't understand what it means for your child to have a developmental disability. What has your experience been like in terms of trying to get a stronger support system, and how can one explain that to the people around them?
Well, I mean, it is isolating because no one except for a person who has a child on the spectrum knows what you're going through, right? But it's also a good time to take an assessment of who adds value to your own life and to your family's life. So you want to try as best you can, but of course you're going through this whole process that you don't even understand, right? And so I tell people it's okay to let people go. You have to always put yourself as a priority, and you have to seek out people that are going to be your ally in this journey. And that's really what's most important. And sometimes families don't come around as quickly as they need to, but you shouldn't wait, because your priority is what's in your home, not in theirs.
What does self-care look like to you? What is that like on a practical level, like how, in terms of the mental self-care? What would that look like for a parent?
I mean, it's real simple. And for me, for example, I have don't judge me, I have a Peloton bike, right?
Okay, like the stationary bikes,
Stationary bike. I have a stationary bike. So I work out every day. And that's my time to work out and just mentally cleanse my brain. You know, I turn my phone off, no electronics for 45 minutes. I do a workout. Sometimes I take a brisk walk. It just depends. But you need that time to yourself just to, I think everyone needs it, whether they have a child on the spectrum or not. You need that time to yourself just to unwind and just to think and to plan mentally what you want to do, where you want to go, whatever. Doesn't even matter if you're thinking about lunch. Yeah. It's time for yourself, right?
Yeah. What has been one of the greatest joys in this journey for you?
You know, the greatest joy was seeing that my son could. And it was interesting. I always worried about him having friends. Like, what's that going to be like? And he was in one school, and the class had to move. And the kids who were his typical peers, they loved him so much, all 30 of them wrote letters to him about how much they would miss him. And in one letter, and I just started ugly crying, one little boy said, "Dear Ari, I really like you, and I wanted to be the person that threw the baseball at you because I wanted to see if you'd actually hit it this time. And I'm going to miss it because you're going to be somewhere else." And then the little girl said, "Dear Ari, you're such a great listener. It's so nice being around you. You always have a nice smile and you always listening." And so I'm going through these letters, and I'm literally crying because I realized that these people, they didn't pity him. They actually enjoy his company. And so that brings me joy that people can organically accept him for who he is. And he's, you know, part of me. He's sarcastic, he's witty sometimes, and sometimes he doesn't process well. But it's him, and, you know.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Camille. If you would like to reach out to Camille, you can get her presentation on our website. It was very, very insightful as well. And of course, our speakers have their presentation on our website. We want to hear from you. Make sure that you're using the hashtag Be a Voice. I'm going to be speaking to a few more speakers, so send in your questions so I can ask them. This is the time to get as much knowledge and information as you need. That is why we're having this conference. We're going to go on a quick break. I'll be right back after this.
I thank the shareholders, I thank the customers who have given us the means and the wherewithal to do this. When we delivered the site, we prayed that maybe it will never be used and hope it will never be used. But what we have done is that if it is ever needed, then we have provided 110 first-class beds that will hopefully save the lives of people. I thank you very much.
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development delay is a delay in the child's development process. So Kamara, for instance, she did not start walking until she was 2. She didn't sit up until she was about 7 months, 8 months old. She didn't do things at the normal pace that other children would do them. So that's when you say that a child has global development delay.
Lots of people think that it's contagious. I don't know why people run away. You know, I've had people who don't want their children to, you know, be around children with autism. It's not contagious. It's not a disease. Autism is just, you know, the children with autism are just wired differently. You know, you just have a different ability, but they're just very much like every other person is.
For me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. And I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, you know, in my life, there are days when I'm sad, there are days when I'm angry, there are days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hands, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are emotions that whether you are me or you're living with any condition, whether autism, those are emotions that we all go through. And for me, at a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular day-to-day emotions, so that when you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still...
Yes. And you kept mentioning that there's different things that needs to happen when it comes to specifically teaching different living skills.
Yes.
What, in your opinion, is a roadblock that a lot of caregivers face when they're trying to adopt these strategies in the home?
I think I kind of stressed a lot the importance of assessment. So those prerequisite steps that you need to take in order to get a more comprehensive overview of the individual or the learner that you're trying to assist. It's very important. well. So you want to be able to increase their functional communication and increase their ability to communicate across environments.
Thank you for that response. So I hope that was helpful to the viewer at home, and also do note that you can get the presentations of all of our speakers on our website. This question is from Haminat Adebisi, and she says, my child had a functional speech by age 1, but by age 2 she lost all the words. She stopped saying them all except water. What could have happened, and how do I help her on this ASD journey?
So we often see regression across many different domains and skills. This is something that you will probably have to, so within ABA what we do, we rely heavily on data. What happened within the environment during that time? What did you observe? Were there differences within the home, the environment outside? And try to determine maybe that had a factor in it. There's sometimes no concrete answer as to why a child may regress in certain skills, but knowing that the child right now currently has some language it's a kind of like a starting point where we can now try to transition and go back to increase those skills. Some skills are in regression because they might not have been practiced, so we want to make sure that we're generalizing the skill, we're increasing, and we're making sure that we're also maintaining the skills that they have over time.
All right, thank you very much. I hope that was helpful. We have another question, and it says, I'm trying to make sure I ask the questions that we're not repetitive. So I think I'm going to take this one. It's from Yusuf. Is there a proper way to manage a child with learning disabilities who's in the midst of other children who probably don't have any disabilities?
Yes, I think nowadays we talk about the inclusion process. Within ABA, we always want to, again, reiterating the fact of everything is individualized. So if we're teaching a skill, let's say, for example, social skills, we want to practice that skill with the learner. So I would practice the skill of initiating conversation. Then what I would do, once they're able to master that, I would incorporate other family members or siblings within the home in order to generalize that skill. If they're able to do it with me, are they able to do it with their cousins, with their siblings? Reinforcement, I talked about that quite a bit. That can also be done with their neurotypical siblings as well. So kind of coaching and motivating the siblings to also interact, teaching them how to interact with their sibling, as well as reinforcing the siblings for doing that as well. It's the same as if you have a child who is in a mainstream classroom. It's possible because we are using those techniques, motivation and reinforcement. Peer interaction is something that we use as well. So it is possible, and it is actually very beneficial, especially when we want to increase a lot of those skills.
Thank you for that robust answer. We have another question here, and it says, how do we help children with speech disorders? Is this a sign of autism if they have a delay in talking, or if they don't speak clearly like other children?
Okay, so there's kind of a borderline, and we overlap a lot of our skills and assessments with speech pathologists. So I would recommend first to get an evaluation and assessment by a speech pathologist who can better give you more concrete information of where your child is currently and what skills they need to work on. In the realm of ABA, what we do is we work very closely with other professionals, as for instance, speech pathologists, and we incorporate some of those techniques that they use into our sessions. A lot of the times we are paired with maybe problem behaviors, challenging behaviors due to not being able to communicate. So we use those techniques and we help to decrease those problem behaviors in order to increase more speech and communication.
Okay, and if you wanted to find resources for assessments, please remember that you can visit the website, which is www.gtcoplc.com/autism2021 to be able to get the resources as well. There's another question that I wanted to ask you, and I know, we've talked a little bit about it in terms of the, you can hear the apprehension in knowing how to manage and deal with this specific issue in our society. In a situation where you don't have a party or maybe a loved one not believing in the diagnosis of, autism for the child, what would you advise or suggest to a parent?
Stepping away, when we talk about the diagnosis, we talk about that's kind of more of an umbrella of understanding the individual. Sometimes it gives others within our environment kind of an awareness that something is different. If it's challenging to now speak about the diagnosis, speak about the individual strengths of that individual and highlight that. And as well as highlighting that, we want to, again, educate. So if we have someone in front of us that is diagnosed with autism and they have specific strengths, I would highlight that. I would showcase that and say, okay, these are his strengths, these are his weaknesses, but this is how you can get through to him in these different areas. So it will take a lot of communication. I'm always an advocate of just showing the skills. The more we talk about it, yes, but also showing. And then understanding that the comprehensive and kind of the whole family structure, understanding the child is only going to benefit the child. We all have to be consistent on what we do and the techniques that we use in order to see a significant change and difference as well. So just highlighting that and making sure that people are consistent in listening and understanding, and if we have specific techniques, that we are all on the same page.
Sounds like unity is very important in making sure that the home environment, really allows the individual who's living with autism to flourish.
Yes.
We have another question here, and would you explain what you mean by skills deficit versus performance deficit?
Yes. So I gave the example of handwriting, right? And we talk about the importance of collaborating with OT and PT. So they have specific assessments that can look at and see if there's deficits in gross and fine motor. Can the individual hold a pencil correctly? Do they have the strength in their fingers in order to make those specific movements? If we see a deficit in that area, that means that they cannot perform the skill of handwriting, okay? When we talk about the skill, now we're saying that, okay, they don't have deficits in any of their physical abilities, but now we have to now teach them the skill of actually writing the letter A, staying within the lines, making force and being able to see the letter. So is it a skill deficit where they're not able to actually write the letter A as in this is A? Or is it a performance deficit where they're not able to hold the pencil in order to write the letter A?
Right. Thank you for that very clear explanation. I hope that was helpful. Thank you so much, Cora, for having this chat with me. We are beginning the next session very shortly. Lunch is over. We hope you were able to get some good insights from our speakers. When we resume, which we'll be doing so in the next few minutes, we have a session specifically focusing on special education in Nigeria, getting the most of your child's education, special schools, center, or mainstream. And our panel is going to be made up of a variety of very, very renowned specialists in this field. We have Beauty Kusinian, who is the beauty technician founder of Blazing Heart Autism Center in Port Harcourt. We also have Adelola Adema George, who's a special needs educator, Timiolua Oni, who's the special education teacher, Anthros House by Green Spring, and we have Daisy Jonathan, who's a certified educator and board certified cognitive specialist. And that panel is going to begin very soon. Thank you so much. God bless.
in the morning, it's a new day. And I got bills that I have to pay. But I don't need to worry, there's an easy way. Easy as. Now you're running late, running out of time. Feels like the world is waiting in line. But all you gotta do is pick up the phone and just dial. There's so much that you can do, so much to explore. Life is waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone was able to get some lunch. Thank you to everyone that's still here with us. We just have a few more sessions until the end of the day. We have our first panel discussion now called Special Education in Nigeria, and the topic is getting the most of your child's education, special schools, centers, or mainstream. We have Beauty Kumesine. She's a behavior technician and founder of Blazing Heart Autism Center, PH. Ademola Edema George, special needs educator. Temiloluwa Oni, special education teacher, Anthos House by Green Springs. And our moderator for this panel discussion is Daisy Jonathan, certified educator and board certified cognitive specialist. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. So we are going to delve right into the panel discussion on special education. You all will agree with me that when the doctors are done with the diagnosis and the children get back to the family life, the next point of call usually would be the schools. And the question usually would be, what kind of school, what kind of education should my child have? Should my child be in a mainstream school? Should my child be in a special education setting? Or should my child be in an inclusive setting? So we're going to talking about this this afternoon, and I have these three wonderful and delectable ladies to help us expand on most of the topics. So let's start from the term special education. Some people will say special education needs, special needs education, or special education. What exactly is special education? Beauty.
I was thinking you'd ask Adilola. Okay, for me, I think special education is just is education for children, or educating children in a different way, understanding their peculiarities, understanding their needs, not putting them in a box, but allowing them to flow with wherever they find themselves, and, just be as functional as we expect them. But educating them, knowing at the back of our minds that they have peculiarities. Yeah.
Thank you. Adedola, do you want to?
Is this working? Hello. What I would add to it, special education is relatively a broad term, but the focus is, it recognizes that certain children would either require some form of support to learn, or maybe just learn effectively. Because special needs education, or special education needs, is not only about children with learning difficulties. There are children who are gifted and talented, and they are still on the special education list because they require some form of support. I mean, they are ahead of their mates. They might have certain behavioral challenges because they are ahead of everybody else, and so they need some level of support. So it's a broad term that ensures that all these children every child's need is met in the school system.
So we just hold our thoughts there. There is a policy for special education in Nigeria. There's a national policy that was put together in the year 2015, and there has been a lot of criticisms about that policy, in the sense that the definition of what special education should cover appears to be so broad, too broad as a matter of fact. And so we have albinism, for example, added, into the whole mix of who that policy should cover. So what do you think? Is it just, when you say special needs, does it have to be just the physical or intellectual disabilities, or does it really do cover people who may have issues with image or, perception, how people will perceive them and all of that as part of that entire mix of special education?
I think it's interesting. The reason some arguments occur is because we do not, let me tell you a true story. A few years ago, I think it was 2017 or so, I was at a disability program, and La Soda was there. So some persons with albinism and other kinds of disabilities were there and speaking about their challenges. And it was interesting because it made me realize for the first time that the fact that I do not consider this person challenged, in quotes, does not mean that they are not going through something and that they do not require support. And that's why it's important that the broad side, looking at special education in a broad way, it's important that we look at it broadly, in a holistic way, so that no matter whatever support the child, if a child needs support, the child can get it. What if we're saying no? This kind of children can get support, other children cannot get support. There are children that are going through maybe the loss of a parent, for example. They don't always need support in school, but at this point they need that support. And they may require, if the school has a special education unit, they may require the support of that unit. But if we do not acknowledge that they need support, we will not give it to them. So yes, we should look at it broadly.
Thank you so much, Adelola. I will just put that together. So we're looking at not just physical or intellectual disabilities or challenges, we're also looking at emotional challenges that could be there, behavioral problems, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much, Adelola. I'll come to you, and I'm going to ask very quickly. You work in a specialist setting, Anthos House is a specialist setting. And so when children come to you, what are the steps you will take before you decide that this is the right setting for this person? What would be the first thing you would want to do?
Okay, so at Anthos House, we have observation first. The child has to come in for a day or two, and we observe how the child is in class and in therapies, to determine if the child is going to need additional support in the classroom, if the child has enough classroom, because we have classes, it's not a one-on-one all the time. So we have group classes. If the child can cope in group classes, if the child can't cope, what kind of assistance or modifications are we going to need? Do we have those types of, do we have access to that, or are we going to ask the parents to provide this? Those are some of the things we look at before taking in a child.
Thank you so much. Let's talk assistance and modifications. Beauty, I'm coming over to you. So we are talking about how parents can make the best of the education or for the education of their children. And then she has mentioned modifications, the need to look at what this child might need and what kind of setting. In terms of plans and programs, so, what do you think? So it's not just what obtains in your setting. We're looking at what should be, what should be out there for, every parent, or what should professionals, do when children come into them. So what plans, what are the procedures for you that should be there?
Okay, for me, because I run a center, it's a little bit different from your setting. So when a child comes to us, or when a parent reports, a case to us, first of all, first of all, we have a counseling unit to try to counsel the parents, because over the years we've seen that that has been done wrongly, and the parents need to understand the process, because this is a process. The parents need to understand the process before they can really get into it, because it's not a disease, it's not something that you can go to the hospital and get medication for. We try to counsel them so that their minds are in the right place before we can get started. And then we have the children come over for functional assessments to, check where they are, if they are even on the spectrum or not, if they are classroom ready or not classroom ready. And then we let the parents know in our reports what we have observed and what our recommendations will be, working with the children with special needs that they have brought. Now, it's not every child or every case that we at our center we take. We take in children or cases that we know that we can time and say, okay, between this time and this time, this child has been able to gain this, and the other, and then we move them to mainstream. For those children that are not classroom ready, we move them to mainstream at some point, and then we move them with support to the mainstream. So first of all, we have to let the parents know. We let the parents know that this is a process, so that the parents are with us throughout the journey.
Thank you. So you mentioned school readiness. Adilola, I'm coming to you. So school readiness, it's one word we just throw out there for parents. So your child is not school ready. Your child is not school ready. Or the parent comes in to say, my child is school ready. I want to go to this kind of school. What exactly is school readiness?
All right, so basically, now first of all, let me mention that because autism is a spectrum and every child is unique, children will be, and I think all children definitely, every child is different, so children will be school ready at different times. So the fact that at this age, you expect your child to be in a mainstream school or in a mainstream classroom does not mean that that child is ready. So what exactly? So first of all, one check for pre-academic skills. When I think because across all forms of education, there has to be a form of assessment to place a child, to say, okay, this child is ready to be. So in regular classrooms, you have baseline assessments, but with special needs, you want to do observations apart from whatever baseline assessment you do. So we'll be checking for attention skills.
So this check-in we're talking about, is it mainly just an observational assessment you're doing, or are there specific tools,
There are tools, but these
standardized
tools they are standardized tools, but those tools, of course, you have to observe to fill in. They're like charts or checklists and questions you have to answer. And you answer those questions by observing and interviewing.
Adelola, I'm going to cut you down there. Okay. Just hold on. I'm still with you. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate, as they say. Now, we know in Nigeria that education is in the hands of the private individuals. The government doesn't pay for our education. And because I pay the piper, I want to determine the tune. So as a parent, if I come to you and I say, my child is ready for school, and your tools say, no, your child is not ready, we're not going to, how will you handle that? I mean, that's the reality on ground, where parents come in to say, I want my child in this school, in this class, I pay the fees, so your tools don't pay the fees. How do you work around that?
So first of all, let me state here, I am not a school owner, and I recognize that school owners sometimes can be pressured to take in children, whether the child is school ready or not. Also, I must mention that school ready, like I said, observation goes on, but even people will define school readiness differently. So a child, although might be non-verbal, might be school ready. I've worked with a child who couldn't verbally count numbers or even do the maths, like write it down. But if you asked her to match numbers, she could. Now, that child was obviously learning, but she was nonverbal. So while school readiness can be defined or determined differently by different professionals or by different school owners, it's important that whether you're taking a child that you consider school ready or not, as long as you're taking that child, you're asking yourself, can I support that child? Can we provide can we accommodate this child? Because inclusion is not about taking children into schools. Inclusion is about providing the modification and the accommodation that the child needs. So if you're not providing it, then you're not doing well. If a parent comes and says, I want my child to be in your school, that happens. I work in school system, and I've seen, first of all, I work in school system. Two, I interact a lot with school owners. I've done some form of consulting, they ask me questions, and sometimes the child even comes to your school in crash. Nobody suspects anything, and you find out later that, oh, this child is on the spectrum, this child has cerebral palsy or any developmental disorder. And the question is, what should we do? The first thing is, and understand the peculiarity of Nigeria, where not every state has a special, okay, well, I think most state governments have special schools, but not everybody can access or would want, like, I think Dr. Shomi said yesterday, for aesthetics reasons, or in case that's not what, sometimes that's not what parents want for their children. They're like, no, I don't want my child to be in this kind of setting. So, but not all schools have, not all states have centers, and sometimes it would fall on mainstream schools, regular schools, to be able to support them. So the question is, what do you now do if you are coerced into taking children that you do not know that are not school ready? Let me put it like that. The question is, what support are you going to put in place for them? Are you going to hire the services of a special needs educator? Dr. Grace mentioned the fact that schools can partner with professionals like occupational therapists, behavior therapists. Sometimes you may not be able to employ a full staff for special needs, but at least you can have those consultants that come into your setting and help you put things in place. There are children, let me mention this, there are children with autism who are ready to learn, who can, in fact, they are intelligent, but they have sensory, all children with autism have SPD, right? But they can have challenges with the kind of light or the location of your school. How do you then meet their needs? And you might say that, you might tell yourself, oh, because of this one child, should I make this modification? The truth is that modification will benefit not just that one child, it will benefit others.
Thank
SPD,
you.
I must mention, please, SPD is not restricted to autism. SPD is a condition itself. It just happens that children with autism also have it. So by meeting the needs of that child with autism, the typical child, as it were, who doesn't even understand why the noise is too much, why the colors are too bright, you are meeting his or her needs by making that modification.
Thank you so much, finally, Adelola. Thank you so much. And if I would just quickly wrap up what you said, if anyone is taking in a child, if you're giving that child admission, if you're saying this child should come to my school, then the onus falls on you to provide the accommodations, the modifications, and the environment that the child needs. If not, you're doing a disservice to that child. Thank you, Adelola.
Sorry, just to cut in. Sorry. Okay. Can you please explain what accommodations in this term?
It's actually part of our questions, so we will get to that, and I'm sure we'll be able to talk about it. Okay. I will just quickly go on now. I run 3 schools. One is fully special needs, and then I run the 2 inclusive schools. And one of the things I have heard from parents, funny enough, more from parents of children on the spectrum than from the typically developing children, is that they do not want to be in the same classrooms with other children who are not developing typically. So I'm an autism mom, and I come in and I say, I want my child to be the only child in this classroom who is on the autism spectrum. And the reasons would be, I don't want my child to pick up from other children, pick up some, new repertoires for behavior and communication from, You know, especially when they're not, when they're challenging behaviors, we don't want this. Tommy, do you find this happening in your setting where parents say, don't put my child with any other child with needs, or they come in the morning to say, my child suddenly started to steam a certain way, and I'm sure that steaming behavior was from your school. You know, do you find that, and how do you address that? How do you help us as parents to understand that?
Yes, I've definitely heard of parents that don't want to, or I've heard, oh, I don't want to take my child to a fully special school because they're going to learn. If they were not drooling before, they're going to start drooling. But in my experience, that's not the case, because in fact, a lot of children with autism, with other developmental delays, have difficulties with imitation. So most times, it's even when they go home for holiday and then they come back and you're starting from, or they have picked. I think what happens is normally children on the spectrum pick up new, like maladaptive behaviors, and then we have to now set new goals to tackle those behaviors. It's usually not that they are imitating, or sometimes something in the environment has changed that has prompted that new behavior. In my experience, it's not usually that they are imitating anybody. It's just that they have picked up that new behavior for several reasons, and then we now have to go back and see what changed. Why is this child, like, I had a child that suddenly came, his mom complained that, oh, he got home and he was hitting his siblings and all of that, and that did he learn that in school? He didn't used to hit before. And then we found out that he was just frustrated because he had been in the boarding, and then he now went back home. His nanny that he was used to had been changed. We don't know if the new nanny was hitting or anything, and we had to now go back and investigate that, okay, what has happened, what is happening, what has changed. And by the time we set up, we told the mom to now have routine like it is in school, and to make everything visual the way we do it in school. We found that the child now, he was able to, like, the hitting stopped, he stopped hitting, he stopped doing all those things. Many times, it's not that they are picking it up from their peers, it's just that something has changed in their environment and they are reacting to it.
Okay. Now, please let's clap. It's not so easy. Thank you. Okay, so we also have a national policy on inclusive education that was put together in 2017, and that policy actually just adapted UNESCO's definition of what inclusive education is. And the policy says, you know, basically what UNESCO also says, that children should learn alongside their peers. So we have the whole idea of the least restrictive environment. The least restrictive environment. So we're going to talk about LRE now. Since Adelola seems to be the special ed, we'll just quickly talk about what is the least restrictive environment, and do we always follow this? You know, do we always follow this?
Like I said, Nigeria and its peculiarities. How many regulations take place? Just at the consultation last week, a parent came with her 15-year-old child, I can't remember, I think it was a boy, who was still placed in nursery something, I think nursery 2. So it means that, so because there's no regulation, nobody's following up on whatever service a school is providing. So do we always follow these policies? No, we don't. And sometimes people don't even know these policies. They just start rolling and just doing something and plan to learn along the way. However, I agree completely with that policy that says, I don't think it's all, how do I put this? Now, I think that education should be tailored to the child's needs. In an inclusive setting, I believe that children should be placed in the same room with their typically developing peers. However, the support they need to be provided. So, for example, if they cannot learn what their mates are learning, then there should be special education happening on the side, ensuring that they are learning what they should be learning, but don't put them in the wrong class. And it's the same, and it's in that same context you want to look at the least restrictive environment. Yes, put them in a class that suits them. And I think at this point I should mention aspect of accommodations and modifications, because accommodation can vary. Like we talked about the SPD, the sensory processing disorder. Sometimes you want to put a child in a class where, if a child is sensitive to sound, you want to recognize a class that is shielded. For example, you put that child close to the generator house or something, the class that is close to the generator house. So you want to find the classes that are suitable for that child's learning. Accommodations also can be part of differentiation that happens in instruction and assessment. How do you effectively differentiate your instructions? Instruction means what you are teaching. So if I'm teaching long division, how do I differentiate my lesson to ensure that this child is carried along and this child is learning? For you to effectively do that, you need to identify, and that's the part of teacher training. You need to identify the level that child is on. Does this child even know what division is before we talk about long division or short division? Does this child know multiplication? So all those things, when you identify them, you then include them in your plan. Now, inclusion does not mean that the child is just in your class. Inclusion means that the child is learning in your class. And I like to every time I talk about differentiation, I always tell this story of a child I supported whose plan at that time was to learn, in multiplication, was to learn 3 and 4 times table. Even though his class was way beyond that, and they were learning to multiply 3-digit numbers and by 1-digit number. So what the teacher did was, every time they were doing, because engagement was taking place, every time in the class she wrote any question, there would always be 3. So if she could write 354 times 7, for example. And so when she had to do 7, so of course you have to multiply 7 times 4, 7 times 5, 7 times 3 to get it. So of course she could call him to say, what is 3 times 7? Or what is 7 times 3? That child is engaged. You know what happened? The instruction is differentiated to meet his need, and at the same time, he's able to engage effectively. And sometimes it might just be being able to match. So as long as you can differentiate your instruction, and your assessment differentiation can vary into time, into outcomes, what you're expecting from the child, or how you present the assessment. Because if a child is not verbal, you can't assess verbally, but you want to assess, you know how this child communicates, and you assess based on that. So that gives a picture of how accommodations, modifications can, and at the end of the day, like Dr. Grace said earlier, sometimes some accommodation and modification will be based on, will require professional needs, professional expertise. So you want to get counsel from the right people.
Thank you, Adelola. So let's look at that last statement. And Beauty, I'm throwing this to your corner. You know, the last statement that says you should work in collaboration with other professionals. We hardly see this on the field anyway. It's actually quite difficult for us to differentiate between who is a special educator and who the therapist is. So we have therapy centers doing education, and then we have special educators doing therapy, you know, and it's a whole mix. Beauty, I'm sure you know what I mean when I say that. And, you know, so why is this so? You and I know it's not supposed to be so, but why is it so? And how can we best address this so the parents know what to expect and, you know, what to do?
Okay, for me personally, I think that this can be addressed from the school end and from the centers. Because the parents coming to whichever professional they are coming to, they are coming as people that don't know. And because we parade ourselves as what we are not, that mistake has been going on for a long time. So a special educator, from my own end, is someone that has studied special education and is supposed to be in mainstream supporting children with the accommodations and learning patterns that the children have. And then a therapist is a therapist that has the passion to work with children first, and then is working with the children, giving support to the children outside the school setting. At some point, they meet. Now, it's for the school. So let me give you an example. I have special educators at our center, and I have therapists at our center. And then for children that are going to mainstream or are in mainstream, I don't send the therapist. The therapist that is a therapist, I send the special educator, because there are different things, different modifications that a special educator will be able to give that child in a mainstream school setting that the therapist might overlook or might not even attend to. So first of all, I think we have to address it from a professional angle as in a mainstream setting, to know that, okay, this is my role and that is your role. Yeah.
Thank you. Chinua Achebe said, let the eagle perch and let the hawk perch. So everyone has their roles. Special educators should remain special educators. General education teachers should do just that. They shouldn't go dabble in an environment where they haven't been trained and they have not gained competencies.
Yeah, and that's where you see a lot of people saying, oh, the child's teacher said they can do X, Y, Z, and then the child comes back home and the parents know that the child cannot.
Oh, they may not know.
No, because they do the assignments with the children. Yes. Generalization has not been taught. The teachers say, oh, just to mark, the scores on the report, your child can do this. And then the child comes back home and that child cannot do that. And the therapist on his own knows that, okay, this child has not gained the skills or mastered the skills. But just because we want to push, we get parents frustrated at the end.
Okay, additionally, like the special ed teacher is the special ed teacher. You're not the speech therapist, you're not the occupational therapist, you're not any of those other therapists. They went to school to study that. And so even if, yes, because you work with all of them and because special education is so multidisciplinary, and because you reinforce in the classroom, you know a lot of what they do. But I've heard cases where parents need a speech therapist or an OT, and you're not an OT, you're a special ed teacher, and then you say you're a speech therapist or you say you're an occupational therapist, and that is very wrong practice.
Thank you so much. Let's talk about professionalism. I'm very, very big on professionalism. If you're not trained to be that, don't do it. If you're not competent, because you may actually be doing more harm than good. Unfortunately, I think at my last check, we have just 7 universities in the whole of Nigeria that do special education. And most of the graduates from those schools will tell you that intellectual disabilities, neurodevelopmental disabilities was just maybe a module or 2, and that they don't have enough information. And so that's where continuous professional development courses, will come in. So how many professional bodies do we really have? I know we talk about NASET in the US, the National Association of Special Education Teachers. We talk about NASEN in the UK. Is there a body that regulates, that is looking into the activities of people working with individuals on the autism spectrum or with diverse needs and abilities and exceptionalities? Are there people who look out for what is going on within the schools and are able to say this is wrong, don't do it?
Not that I know.
Although I know that I'm TRN, so as a excuse me, as a special ed teacher, you are also an educator. You're also a teacher, so you still fall under the TRN, the teacher, TRCN, body, but there is no that I'm aware of. And I've asked so many people. And
so that's a call now. That's a call to action. We need to work on setting up regulatory bodies to look into the activities of everyone. Let those who are general education teachers don't dabble into what you don't know. There's what we call collaborative teaching. You can actually, engage with other professionals and work with those professionals so that we can maximize the time that we have with the children. I'm going to pause now. We still have...
Yes, I want to mention something. I mean, while I agree with you that general education teachers should not dabble in the sense that you cannot provide special education, the actual form of accommodation that happens in the classroom is done, the general classroom is done by the general educator. And so it's important, like you said, continuous professional development. There are trainings constantly, even if you go online. I remember at some point when I changed organization at some point, I had to do some trainings and it was my first time working with children who had dyslexia, and I had to do some training in that field. I did it on Allison. I did trainings on Allison, teaching children with specific learning difficulties. There are trainings even for general classroom teachers, so that whatever you are doing now, you cannot provide special education, but you can learn how to adequately support that child in your classroom. And I know that this is important, especially in our own environment in Nigeria. Like I said, like you even rightly mentioned, how many special educators are in Nigeria? How many of them will want to practice anywhere outside of Lagos? If they are working outside Lagos, then they want to work with the government for job security. And that's why many times schools will be trusted they'll be trusted with children that have, like I mentioned, they will have children coming into creche, and next thing the child also to the daycare center, and then they find out the child has a need, and you're like, where do we take this child to? And you cannot keep that child in your school if you cannot support that child. But what happens? So what can be done? You won't label yourself as a special educator. You will not you might not be able to provide that service in itself, but you can learn how to accommodate that child in your class.
I'm going to disagree with you, Adelola. I will disagree very fully. No, professional development courses do not build the kind of competency you need to manage an individual, so because this is an international platform or it's a national platform, so we don't put the wrong words out. We already have a problem. And the problem we have is the fact that within the education sector, we have people who are not trained and not competent enough to provide services. If we want to look at resource constraints, yes, we know that we're in a resource constraint setting, and that includes human resources. But what is right, and what is wrong, because we're talking about human lives. If we look closely enough, maybe the person we seek to work with, to collaborate with, and like you said earlier, someone may just need to consult, say this is what to do, rather than general education teachers saying this is how to work with this child, because that child may actually just be left behind or fall through the cracks.
Thank you. Even for graduates of special education, there are several local introductory courses that that tell you more about what you're going to be prepared for, because I know that after even my undergrad and master's in special education, I didn't feel prepared enough for what I met in the classroom. And so I would advise anybody who is schooling in Nigeria, doing special education, that's why I always post trainings, and any trainings I see, free trainings online, I always post them on my social media so that people can learn more. I would advise that they learn more, go for internships at special schools, attend online trainings. There are a lot of free ones online, just so you can build more skills than the ones that you have been given in school, and so you can actually be competent and not just be saying you're a special ed teacher and you cannot handle the challenges that come with
the job.
Yes.
Yeah, teachers must be lifelong learners. We must continue to improve on what we do over and over again. So I'm going to pause briefly, and we will take a few questions from the audience, and then we will we'll try to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies. Well done. Observations and questions. When we spoke about school readiness, okay, I want us to speak more to parents, or I'm a parent. You have a child who isn't potty trained, who doesn't pay attention, who's all over the place, and we want to send them to Harvard. That's one. And then following that, we have schools where then they say to you, oh, bring a facilitator. And it's sort of become a trend or a fashion statement to say, my child has a facilitator, which then leads me into wondering, who then is a teacher? What's this facilitator doing with a child? And maybe you've touched on it a little bit. What kind of training do you then require to become a special ed? And must the child do all the subjects? And why do we have pull-out sessions? I know it's a lot, but I know that Daisy is equal to the task. Thank you.
Okay, I will just recap so many questions built in one. I will try to respond to some, and then I would ask other members of the panel to respond. School readiness, like Adelola rightly said, basically has to do with how developmentally ready is that individual for a structured setting. So basically, there are certain things that is needed before you can put a child in a structured setting, and you've mentioned quite a number of them. We must have attention, and attending some level of focus has to be there. Of course, the child has to, one of the markers for developmental readiness is potty training. So if the child is not potty trained, what it tells us is that the child has some level of delays in terms of development. And, and there's so many ways to decide this objectively rather than merely relying on anecdotal evidence. So we have parents telling you that my child is ready, but we could just quickly do developmental profiling and assessment to find out where is this child precisely and where is the child functioning. So there's a difference between the developmental age and the chronological age. So I may be 16, and then developmentally, I'm actually at the level of a 3-year-old. So if I'm still at a 3-year-old, what it means is that I'm not yet fully ready for structure. I will do better in a semi-structured environment, so you can actually tailor that. Or the person actually has to be in that least restrictive environment that we talked about, so the environment where his peers are, and then we have what you mentioned about the pulling out. So we may pull out to do some level of individualized learning, one-on-one learning, and then have the child go back to his peers. So that's a possibility. I don't know if we want to add to that.
I think the answer is okay.
Yeah, and then she mentioned, you talked about should the child the facilitator. So the facilitator is grossly, that word is grossly abused. For want of a better word, it's just a very glorified caregiver. So when somebody says, my child has a facilitator, most likely it's somebody to say, sit down, don't stand up, stop laughing. There's no training, there's no, the person really is not there to help the process of learning, which facilitation should, so the person is supposed to facilitate learning. But most times when people say, my child goes to school with a facilitator, and you say, so who is this facilitator? What training, what prerequisite trainings does this person have? And they say, oh no, it's just somebody I picked from somewhere, which is not good practice, and parents need to know. So each time we give the children the wrong support, we delay their progress. So we need to know that. And there are really no shortcuts. There are no shortcuts. If you say we want to save on money, and we want to pick up somebody from the village or who just came in to go sit in the class with someone, we are actually delaying that child's progress. And very importantly, we are making the work more difficult for the teachers in the classroom, because you are saying, I have this person to support this child, but the person does not have the training or the ability to work at the same level with the person who is in the class. And then again, when we talk inclusion, don't forget, everyone has a right to learn, and that also includes the typically developing children. So we also have to be mindful of the fact that those typically developing children will need the support. If we do not provide the right support for the one who is not developing typically, then we pose some level of distractions, for those who are typically developing, which most school owners, are afraid of, and that's why we are having a lot of school refusals. So schools are saying, please don't bring children with special needs to us. We don't want the wahala. So that's it. Finally, I don't want to be the one answering all the questions. So she asked one final question. Should the child do all the subjects?
All right, so the honest truth is, the answer is no. The child does not have to do all the subjects. This is a debate between parents, schools, but the exam bodies don't insist that the child should do all the subjects, and that should guide that decision. Core subject, yes. Especially if you can effectively teach it, if you can teach that child well. Some parents will say, why should I pay the entire school fees if my child will not do certain subjects? And that's why special education provides the, how do I put it, the covers for that part. So that time, the child is not sitting down when, he's not just sitting and waiting for the next class that they take. They are receiving reinforcement or with also remedial for the subjects that they take. So no, it's not even advised. Of course, understand that now, this is individualized. Some children can do all the subjects excellently well. Some children would require that some subjects that are not core subjects are taken out. So know your child, know what your child needs. And I must say, know the future, have a plan for your child. Of course, yes, we've said a lot here about having a new vision and all that. So yes, this is a new vision. I'm not saying, the vision you had when you were pregnant. No, this new vision that you have, how do I effectively plan for my child?
Thank you. I also think it's about working with your child as far as the child wants to stretch. Go with the child. Try to stretch a bit more, but not so much that you get the child to break. So if the child is comfortable doing 4 subjects, but the child has to be the one to determine. I've gone to schools. I went secondary school shopping for my son, and one of the schools takes a look at him and says all he will ever do is robotics. That's all. But you haven't done any assessment to see what this child can do. So we should try to look at the child and also look at the fact that some of them will have way above average intelligence level than other children. So it's also not, it's neither here nor there. It's not a matter of they must do 4 or they must do 10. If they're okay with 10, fine, start from there. And then if they're not okay, then we may want to come down to what they are not ready to do. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Good afternoon. Please, a situation where, yes, Lagos is doing well when it comes to the Ministry of Education, having an idea of these special kids. Now, I have been to a particular state and a child been in the school, trying to talk with the owner of the school, like saying, yes, I understand he has a special issue, but they are following the scheme of the education system in the state. It's not being modified. Everything is just cumbersome for this child. Then how do we then help the child? What's the future of the child in that state? Do they need to relocate because the education system is not carrying it? So I don't know.
If I get you properly, I would want to answer the question how I understand it, right? So our curriculum is not modified to suit the children with special needs. As much as I know, Nigerian curriculum is not tailored to suit the child with special needs. It's just a general and broad curriculum. So the owner of the school, whoever the parent is, can speak to the owner of the school. I might be wrong, but I mean, if I would take a child to school, I would want to speak to the owner of the school to break the curriculum a little bit, modify the curriculum a little bit to suit that particular child. Because the child, at the end of the day, the child is going to be assessed with other children, other typically developing children. And just because I cannot do 1 times 5 or 10 times 20 does not mean I cannot do other things. And that is where I'm going to be assessed with other children, which is wrong. So if there can be, there's no modification to our curriculum in Nigeria. And that is where individualized educational plans come in.
The truth is, our educational system is already flawed. It's flawed because we have a lot of people in the education sector who are not trained. So I'm a graduate, I leave school, I can't get a job, I go teach. And that's what we have. So we do not have people who are actually trained to interpret what a curriculum is. A curriculum is a guide for every child. So it's not everything that it says that even the typically developing children should learn. Some will need a lot more. Some will need a lot less. Okay, so the curriculum is a guide. It's just to tell the teacher that these are the expectations for this class, for this age, for these children. Some will meet it, some will exceed it. So yeah, so don't say because the curriculum is there, I have to follow the curriculum. Except that school or whoever is looking at what is doing it, they're not trained properly. You know, you always will have situations where you need to modify to suit what the child needs. And it's so simple. I've worked with a child who was obsessed with animals. And the only way we could teach him at that time was, if you tell him 2 + 2, he won't respond. But if you say 2 antelopes + 2 antelopes, he's going to tell you it's 4 antelopes. And that was the only way we could teach him. I've worked with a child who would only respond to visual supports that are in color yellow. These are just simple things, simple modifications that can be made. Now, back to the question of should we take that child away from that state? Yes. I believe strongly that it's not every school that is for every child. Don't force children into schools. So it's more of I am assessing this school if it's good enough for my child, not if my child is good enough for the school.
So can we?
Okay, any more questions? I thank you for the applause.
Thank you very much for a good presentation. So I was going to ask something, concerning the school health. You've mentioned a lot of issues that can come in with health, with respect to the child. So now I'm just imagining a situation where there's a particular child with special needs and the child has like a comorbidity of like seizures. So it means that whether this person is the general education teacher and this one is the special education teacher, there has to be someone who is coming in to train them on simple first aid, but then many times when I go to school, school fora, a lot of times it appears to be that school health is like an ad hoc. However, it takes only one child to have a health issue and that school is on the news. Remember what happened with a public school last year that had, I think it was the cases of diarrhea. The only reason why that particular federal school went away with it is because it's federal. If it was a private school, that probably would have been the end of that school. So it means that school health is actually one area of profitability in a positive way or a negative way for the school. So what are we saying concerning school health with regards to all the special education policies?
So I would mention that one of the key jobs or duties of a teacher beyond teaching is duty of care. And you cannot just, duty of care exceeds ensuring that the child learns or that the child does not hurt themselves while running around. It's also knowing is learning safeguarding policies, safeguarding activities. Any good school should have, any good school should have teacher training happening constantly in their school. And one of such is safety trainings. And safety trainings always, every safety training I've attended in every place I've worked has always included things on first aid. And first aid would include seizures, cuts, the child hits the head, the child faints, all those things. So except the school is not a good school. And so the first, and like Mrs. Jonathan has stressed so much, as I know she's very passionate about this, right? On competence, professionalism, and everything. So except the school is not a school. And they might gather everybody, might say they have teachers, but if they know what they are doing and what they should be doing, safety trainings are part of the curriculum for their staff. And of course, it's beyond the teachers only, teachers and all members of staff. For example, let me talk about autism. Children with autism can wonder. What then happens if a child in your class wonders? That has to be, so we are talking about inclusion. It's some of the things that teachers have to learn that, in terms of safety.
Thank you, Adelola. I want to also add that schools should always try to assess themselves and know what they can handle vis-a-vis whatever challenges the child is coming in with. If the child is too sick to be in school, there are other priorities. We don't all have to, it may not sound well, but we don't all have to go to school, but we have to stay alive. So if the child is not well enough to be in school, very politely let the parents know that you need to, because I've had this ongoing fight with parents who send their children to school. You have a child with a hole in the heart, you don't tell the school, there's no medical record to show, you conveniently forget to put it in the medical record, the child has a history of seizures and you're calling it falling. The child just falls once in a while, and you're saying, oh, it's not, don't say it's seizures, it's not seizures. The school actually has a right to say, until you get the right medical, services in place for this child, we are sorry, we won't be able to help the child. Don't forget that we're not just there to teach, we're also there to advocate for the children. And like Adeola has said, we have a duty of care, we have the duty to protect our children. I want to thank my very wonderful ladies, the panelists, and thank you all for being a wonderful audience. I hope you had a nice time. Bye.
Thank you so much, Daisy Jonathan, Temiloluwa Oni, Adeola Edema George, and Beauty Kumesine. That was special education in Nigeria. The next panel discussion we have is it's a parent and advocate discussion. The topic is adolescents and to adulthood, next steps for individuals with ASD and Down syndrome. Our speakers are Tonye Faloy Ekezie, mother and entrepreneur, head of T-Off Media, Jeanette Washington, speech and language pathologist, Remy Olutumai, voice director, voice actor and narrator, and Dr. Anna Lamikora as the moderator, executive director, Blazing Trails International, Dallas, Texas. Please welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? And thank you so much for staying with us for the two-day session. We have some short video. I don't know if you're ready to play it.
Thank you, Ma, for your support and care. I was so grateful to you, Ma. On behalf of myself and my family. Yusuf's family. Thank you very much, Ma. I am going to hug Mommy. It is a mess. You're welcome, dear. God bless you. I want to see you grow to become a beautiful girl that is confident, independent, and you know, and can reach her potentials and be valuable. Amen. Say thank you, Ma. I love you, Ma.
I know that we're working on getting so that we can have individuals with disabilities in the public sphere. We're working on that. We're not there yet. And over the 11 years that we've had this conference, I've been able to observe some differences in how we accept those with disabilities. So I'd like to have my panelists introduce themselves. My name is Dr. Anna Lamacandra. I'm the Executive Director for Blazing Trails International, and we are a service provider for people with special needs. Most of our clientele are 16 years old and above, and we help them identify skills that they can do with jobs that will accept them as where they are.
Hello, is this working? Hello everybody, my name is Toyin Falugi Ekezie. I'm the founder of Simone's Oasis. So that's a platform we empower our black children through representation, and we raise awareness on special needs. I'm a very, very proud mother of a beautiful girl called Simone, aka Sim Sim, and she has Down syndrome and undiagnosed ASD.
Wow. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Jeanette Washington. I am not as impressive as these ladies here. However, I am a speech-language pathologist, a technology professional, and I'm also an author. So I'm going to hand it over to this gentleman here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Remy Olutimine. I'm a voice director and a voice actor. I work in animation, audiobooks, e-learning. Wherever the human voice is needed, yeah, I plug in there. I'm also on the spectrum. Thank you.
As you know, little children with disabilities grow up to become what? Adults with disabilities. So it's important that as a part of their education, that everything we do must reflect some vocational aspect. We must start working on skills when they are little. How many people teach soft skills in their school curriculum? Soft skills. Yes, being a team player, taking turns, greeting, caring about one another. How many people teach soft skills?
I was just saying that everybody in some format would teach soft skills. Even if you're a parent, you're teaching soft skills. And definitely, if you're in school, you're telling them, make sure you say please, make sure you say thank you, hello. You teach them how to greet properly. Those are all soft skills.
Yeah, so the little girl was being taught soft skills. She was at a market space, and they were working on her greeting people and telling them thank you and all of that good stuff. So I would really like for Remy, if he could tell the audience about some of his interactions with people when he was younger and how he interacts with them now. Were you taught soft skills?
All right, I think the easiest way I can explain, because there's, I was fortunate enough to be verbal, and I was also fortunate enough to know how to put together a mask very, very early. I say this because a lot of the greetings that I did, I was literally just repeating.
Okay.
It was like a loop that if someone comes and says hi, there's a loop that has to be completed. So I then complete the loop, and all righteousness has been fulfilled, and I just get on with what I'm doing. As I've gotten older, it's actually pretty interesting that you bring this up. I've noticed that I believe that the human being, as human beings, we live in cycles, life cycles. You know, there's a time where it's expressed in terms of the change in the social circles that you're in. Sometimes it's in the change in your profession. Sometimes it's a change in your family dynamics and things like that. And for every time that cycle changes for me, it is almost an uphill task to reorient those loops when it comes to meeting with people, when it comes to having conversations. I literally just recognized that I hit another cycle about 8 months ago. I couldn't tell. I literally couldn't tell. All the loops that I'd been using for social interactions were failing. You know, and they were failing in terms of my business. It's just like a huge set of things. So over the last 2 months, what I've done is I've had to take a step back and reassess what those loops are, which ones are not useful. And this is something that I've been doing. I did it when I was 8. I did it when I was 12. I did it when I was 16. I did it when I was in my 20s, 30s. From university to working in a radio station to being a banker, the soft skills, I think they are called soft because it's what makes interaction easy between people. But really, sometimes they are interesting skills to learn. Yeah.
Hard skills.
Just kind of interesting.
Jeanette?
I'll just chime in briefly. So at its core, soft skills are intrapersonal skills. So again, we're talking about turn taking, and when we get to the adult level, we're looking at networking and what that looks like, and that's considered a soft skill as well. So that's all I wanted to add.
Well, that's excellent. Thank you very much. And yes, a lot of us have jobs. We become teachers, but we think about the people we work with, or what kind of job are they going to have? Are they going to ever be able to go out into the public and have a job? So I know people ask me all the time, and I said, you have to start small. You have to find some employer around town that will allow you to place one person. And after one person is placed, then you can place another. And it becomes, well, we also have, in where I come from, we have a government tie-in. And I don't know yet how to get the governmental tie-in in order for that to become a real thing, because you're going to have a large part of the population that will be left out if they are not allowed into the vocational world.
Well, I'm not sure I'm the best person to speak on this because my child is going to be 6 at the end of this month. However, it's important for myself to start thinking about the fact that one day I won't be here.
Yeah.
So now, in fact, since she was a baby, we've been doing the work. What is the work? The work is to make sure she reaches her full capacity and potential in order that she can be included as a contributing member of society. That means she is independent, can do things for herself. is employable. Maybe one day she will get married, have her own children. All these things are viable possibilities if I do the work now. And so people always say, you know, as Camille is one of them, but there's quite a few people, Dr. Grace, I'm sure, that Simone is a superstar. What does that really mean? It just means that a collective unit, the village, as I call it, it's not just me. Everybody says you're strong. I'm not strong. There's literally over 100 people that take care of my child. But I've taken the time to make sure they are included in what we're doing. From cook to driver to aunties, cousins, they're all in it with me. Because they're going to be the ones to also help her and place her, or defend her, or make the way for her. And that happens now. You can't wait till they're 16, 17. You have to do it as early as possible. So that is my perspective on this.
That's true.
I'd have to agree on being proactive. There were two things that I heard from you two, government tie-in and community. And when I think of those two, I'm often left with wondering whether the country has the capabilities to make sure that every facility is connected. There needs to be hospital tie-ins, university tie-ins, government tie-ins. Everybody needs to be involved in raising the whole child and making sure that that child is able to find gainful employment and to be successful, and also to utilize their potential. So that was that.
Just to address what's just been said now, and also a comment from the earlier panel. I remember the day that I went to Babcock University and I opted to study mass communication. And my mom said, no, he's going to study biochemistry. And I said, no, mass communication. And she said, look, you are brilliant in chemistry, you are brilliant in biology, you are brilliant in physics, you are brilliant in the sciences. Why do you want to study mass communication? It's so very distant from you. And interestingly enough, the admissions officer made a way for me with my mom. He said, madam, you're not going to be here when he's studying. You know, I think that the kind of support that, the basic kind of support that anybody needs is just to be decent in intervention. But what I've learned is that when you start from there, a lot of things become easier to notice and pick up very, very quickly. It's always fighting a sea of assumptions. Essentially, if I'm having an interaction with somebody and I can tell when I didn't meet an expected interaction, something is missing. There's a glaze over the eyes, or a kind of shock and withdrawal, and I'm like, okay, fine. And I don't know, sometimes I just give up and say, you know, I'm going to try this another day or try and recover. But the thing is that the child literally just needs to first and foremost be decent. Just be decent. The rest becomes more obvious. You'll be able to understand what the problems are instead of trying to project what you think. This is the kind of play you should be having. This kind of thing that you're supposed to get. No, this is a child right here in front of you right now in the moment. What does the child need? What is the child trying to say? You know. Sorry, it's just coming from a very personal, very, very personal place.
It's very appreciated.
Yeah, okay,
yes.
okay.
So what about field trips? You say, well, why do I need to take these children anywhere? Because one day they're going to have to leave the classroom. It's very important that you give your students an opportunity to see the kinds of jobs that are out there. So everybody has to shop. Take them shopping. Some people somebody mentioned something about pets and animals, that they had to teach the child using antelopes to count. So somebody may like animals. Take them where there are animals, where there are farm animals, horses, sheep, goats, and incorporate animal care into your curriculum that you're teaching the children, because everything that they do should have some vocational aspect tied to it. If not, what happens when the parents are gone? What happens when they're no longer attending school? What becomes of them? So I have a little assessment that I do with students, and people will say, oh, well, you must have high-functioning students. No, I don't. I don't just have the high-functioning individual that comes to me as a client. I do have a video, a second video, and we're doing a reality check assessment. Do you have that second video? No. Okay. Well, I have a video. There's a video I wanted to show in which I take the students into the grocery store and I give them a set of tasks to do. And so I'll say, okay, now go find the potatoes, pick the potato that you want. I need you to find 5 pounds. So that means they have to pick the potato, then they have to use the scales to measure or weigh how many potatoes. I want 5 pounds of potatoes. So then they have to weigh the potatoes. Then they need to write down, if they can write, or tell me, if they can talk, how many potatoes it took to make 5 pounds, and how much per pound these potatoes are. These are just simple things. It's not that I'm going to get them a job at a grocery store weighing potatoes, but I want to see how well they can adjust inside of a store. Because these are real-time skills that they could use to apply to other things. Then I ask them to, sort of like a functional capacity test, but it's not a full one. We go down the aisles, like for instance, to the dog food aisle, and dog foods are usually in very large bags, and I said, pick up the heaviest dog bag, and there are some skills attached to, making a selection. How much does it weigh, put it in the basket, push the basket somewhere. And so these are skills that they'll have to do or use if they work in the public or at a grocery store. And so I don't know how early your recognition of vocational awareness was, Remy, but it would be nice. Do you remember when you decided you wanted to not do chemistry and do something else?
Okay. Funny story. I was 4 when I decided to be a voice actor, but I didn't know. I didn't realize it. You remember those old Sanyo cassette recorders? A 4-year-old has no business figuring out how to make those things work. Yes. If you remember them, they were like really heavy, and you had to you understand, the 2 fingers. Yeah. And 4-year-olds' fingers are not really that. Yeah. I remember knuckling them in.
One for play and one for record.
One for record, yeah. So I had to knuckle them in. And I used that to record myself reading a storybook, one of the old Ladybird storybooks. But I didn't know that was a vocation. Okay. But I would say this. It's been said that human beings, we are meaning-making machines. So what I've come to respect vocations to be is a meaning that has been given to a task, and that meaning has been shared with enough people in terms of an expectation. So once the expectation is met, right, once you've met expectations on your end, you have expectations in terms of returns that come back to you. For me, it had always been for me, it had always been about creating things. You know, whether I was creating a story, creating people that never happened, creating a different meaning to something that's already like right in front of me. I think if anything at all, it helped to cushion. It helped to cushion me, kind of like self-soothing, after like a day of putting on that mask and doing all the smiles and following your aunties, and so you're at home and you're just like, all right, and Captain, whatever it says, goes through to planet Pluto, and then it's really, but I think the thing for me is that once I found out how that vocation could be used to make a living, that was literally when I chose mass communication. Just full disclosure, I'd been studying chemical engineering before I went over to mass comm. Yeah, but it was in chemical engineering, through all the stress, that my comforting point was always making up stories. As in, that was what my classmates, that's what they remember me for. They don't remember me for coming up with a brilliant idea in class or a solution. They remember me for the stories that I would tell, for how I would write at the back of my exercise books. You know, so when I picked mass communication, I was like, you know what, this thing is in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I studied mass communication, thank you. No, really, seriously, thank you. So when I studied mass communication, I realized that was the ultimate bridge into the different types of meanings for me. And till date, I keep asking myself, why haven't they opened this road? And I just do it. You know, why haven't they opened this road? And I just do it. You know, I will be the first to admit that this path isn't everybody's path. You know, no two titans have the same story. Yeah, but it's, I think once you understand the connection between meaning and expectations, a lot of things, as I love the story about the measuring, I was already dividing 5 pounds.
Yes.
With like, how many potatoes would that be now? Like 10, 12? 12 would be an interesting number. You know, just that bit of meaning, it's for, I suppose for the neurotypical, they can't really understand the value of that. That thing is like, wow. Yeah, okay, I'm done. Thank you.
So I just want to pick up on what Remy was saying so brilliantly. A couple of points. I really believe in child-led learning. Obviously, we are in Nigeria, so Niger Factor, we're always pressing them to do what we want. And so I'm looked at as a bit weird, which is cool. Because for him, you can see how when he found that thing, it opened his mind up. Mm-hmm. Not only was he taking that thing that interested him, he was picking up other things along the way. And so it's really important, especially when you're thinking of a child being independent and being employable, to look at the capacity of that child, but also, even without that capacity, what does that child enjoy? What does that teenager enjoy? Because it's through that thing that lightens them. That's the in way to teach. That's the in way to learn. That's the in way to grow. So it's really, really important, rather than us pressing them, is to really observe your child or your student to see that thing that just catches their attention, that keeps their attention. The other thing is that it's not only Nigeria. There's a real gap between the early years, primary, and employability. There's just this no man's land. Nothing. Same thing in England. Once they reach, 11, 12,
and they're getting into those teenage years, there's really nothing there. So that means we have to start thinking now, especially us who are teaching small ones or have small ones. It's like, be prepared for that gap. What are we going to do in that meantime? What can we start putting in place? And GTB, we need to start thinking about that. So how are we building those that are reaching, finishing that primary school? How do we get them prepared? Because yes, they might be good enough to do chemistry, right? But they may not be. What are the other things? What are the actual skills that can make sure they can have a roof over their head and take care of themselves? And that starts from home. So, Dr. Anna was saying that brilliant example in the supermarket, and we do that. But before then, you start in your home. You role play. Sholakbe, she's a good role player. She's over there. And you role play. So I bring up Sholakbe because she has this thing called Cradle Lounge Initiative. My children go there on a Saturday, and it's both special needs and neurotypical kids of all different kinds. And me, I believe every one of us is special needs. In fact, Nigeria is special needs. And so you attend, you watch what other people are doing. You talk, you interact, you allow your children engage, and they can pick up other things. Now, some kids there are doing taekwondo because my brother-in-law teaches the taekwondo. Some other ones who are so scared of swimming are now superstar swimmers. So it's understanding that you have to do these things. You have to put it in place. And I know I keep going on, but it's really something that we have to understand. It's not magic. It's hard work, it's diligence, it's observation, and it's passion. And, I would hope that every one of us here would be able to implement that in one way or another, living here.
To echo what you were saying, I think that it's so important that we consider exposure, because you talked about taekwondo and swimming. My son is in.
And what can we do? I have to have scheduled time with parents to tell them you can't do that because they don't listen. But working, you know how good you feel because you're able to put in a good day's job and you're able to get a few pennies for what you've done. So do these individuals. Our children, our young adults with disabilities want to feel good too. They want to be useful. So we're going to have to figure out a way to make it happen. I also suggested once upon a time that, hey, maybe we can have them working concessions at some of these soccer matches. And people say, oh, no, we don't want anybody to see our children. Well, see, that's part of the problem. People need to see your children. People need to know that your child, just because you have special needs, is not a monster. And most importantly, you cannot catch Down syndrome. You cannot catch autism from somebody. You cannot catch CP from somebody. But for some reason, that belief system still exists here.
Yeah, so let me add to that. So I'm sure many are aware that, when these children come out, I can definitely tell you that people have called my child an abomination and so on and so forth. What's my own? I carry her around like handbag. Yes, I'm proud of her. But it's important, not because for me she's like handbag, but because all this we're talking, this whole last week, this week, doesn't mean anything if we don't bring out these children. Because before you can work with them, we need to raise awareness. Awareness is first. People need to see them. People need to know they exist. So all this talk about school inclusion doesn't mean anything if we don't bring them out. Every day, going to the supermarket, for example, like you do, take them to the cinema. Autism, there might be needs. But that allows us to sensitize the society to allow them exist. They have a right to life. They have a right to space. And it's our duty to bring them out. I'm a militant, by the way.
To piggyback on that, I'll take it a step further. I know in the U.S., we're no longer acknowledging autism awareness, it's more autism acceptance. So just to take it a step further, awareness is important, but acceptance is what we really need. We need to be able to accept that we are all different and all of our brains are very different, and that we can all bring or contribute to society in different ways. So awareness is definitely important, but let's push for acceptance so that as our autistic children become autistic adults, they will be able to get gainful employment. Just to fly up here.
I think it's kind of like the exposure that that you thought of in terms of taking the kids to the store. People also need to get exposed to people who are on the spectrum. I remember the day that I finally came to peace with myself about dogs.
About dogs?
Yes.
Oh.
The time that my fear of dogs reached its height was when I was still eye level with their teeth. All the dog had to do was just that was it. That was it. I was like, oh. But the day that I sat next to a dog and just watched it breathe, and just watched it be, as in its own element, the anxieties, the fears, the things I was anticipating that would go wrong just dissipated. And I realized a lot of that fear came from projection. So when people see someone who's with Down syndrome, even cerebral palsy, that's one thing that's always bothered me. I'm like, don't you know this is a person? You know, they're like, well, you know, I don't want to. You don't want to what? You know, just sit next to the person. Just sit next to the person for. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to say anything. There was a classmate of mine in Babcock University. She had cerebral palsy, and whenever she would line up in the cafeteria for lunch, there was always a bit of a gap around her. And I got tired one day. I was like, "This is what's this for?" And I walked up to her and started the conversation. Then later that evening in the hostel, one of my, there's a chap who walked up to me like, "Oh, I saw you talking to that weird girl." So like, mm-hmm. Yeah, I was really impressed. Mm-hmm. It's like, what's her name? Why don't you go and ask her next time you get a chance to? You know, it's literally that. I believe that I think they're just afraid of so many things that are not real. You know, it's just like this person, this person, yeah. This is a just go sit down next to the person. You don't have to say anything. If the person chooses to speak, fine, but you don't have to say anything. There's just be. You know, just be. And it over time, with the next interaction and the third interaction and the fourth interaction, you see past most of it. And yeah, I think that's where acceptance actually comes from. The amount of times you get exposed to something,
No, Remy, you make a really good point, because it's not only the duty of the parents and schools, but we have to encourage, let me not say force, encourage governments who employ, private industry which employs, to start sensitizing their environments to accepting employees with different special needs. Right? So you do employee training, you do this one, you do this one. Part of the mandate should be a certain percentage of your staff should be special needs, right? Like affirmative action, like in the US. Yeah, because we need to give them an advantage, because they are at a disadvantage. Not because of their disability, but because of society, where they want to put the restrictions on them. To put it straightly, I don't believe special needs people have special needs. I believe the rest of us have special needs. So to do that, you start to sensitize people. You know, take a chance and employ one or two people with special needs, looking at the capacity of your business or the enterprise. Entertainment industry is an interesting area to start this with, because often people with special needs are extremely creative. Extremely creative. And for me, part of the reason, I'm sure too, why Remy does what he does and why I do what I do, my background is in TV and film production, is that I don't believe in hammering a message over the head, beating people over the head. Just put it in content. Just put a special needs character, or just don't even mention the character has special needs. Just do it.
Put it in there.
Voiceover actors with special needs. Just do it. And then you mention it after they enjoyed everything. And they're like, what? But then you've exposed that actually this can happen. And there's no problem. It doesn't hurt business. In fact, just as in schools, it's shown that those schools that are inclusive, it's statistically not only beneficial for the special needs child, it's beneficial for the neurotypical children as well. Yeah. And it's the same thing in the workplace, and it's the same thing in society. If you think about, they say, I don't know, 1 in 4 people in Nigeria has special needs, or it's a ridiculous number, something like that, like 20% of the population. Now imagine if we empowered that 20% of the population into the workforce. Or at least those that, there'll be over 40% that will be unemployed, given the wider generation, general population that are unemployed due to our Nigeria factor. But you see what I'm getting at. Imagine the boost to the country, to your neighborhood, to your community. And those are the messages we need to get across, in that it's not just benefit. It's not like we're giving them, we're pitying them. Someone doesn't suffer from autism. Someone doesn't suffer from Down syndrome. They're just people who have autism, or people who have Down syndrome. I'm a woman who suffers from eczema. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. So we have to think about, we are not only doing this for them, we're doing it for us. And it benefits all of us. It's not pity, it's not a handout, it's not charity. It's what we need to do.
I want to ask a question. Are children born in this country with disabilities automatic citizens? Automatic citizens. Are they automatic citizens if they're born with disabilities? Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, so that means they also have the ability to do what? Vote. So my suggestion is maybe individuals with disabilities should register to vote, so that their voices can be registered, could be heard by those elected officials. What about that? Say what now?
You just opened a can of worms.
I opened up a can of worms. Well, I'm not from this place, so these things I don't know. I'm setting that disclaimer. I'm not from Nigeria. I just play a Nigerian on TV, all right? So, but I'm just saying they're citizens, so they are entitled to do the same things that your average citizen does. So I have not, well, I go to China a lot, and I know that in China, I just opened up a bad, okay, I'm gonna walk off the stage. I go to China a lot, and in China, they don't build buildings, if you are, if there's a building with less than, with 5 floors or less, they don't put an elevator in there. So a lot of times individuals that have mobility issues aren't able to use all of the floors or get up to all of the floors because there's no elevator. So they make it difficult on people with mobility issues. I don't see that as being a real big issue here. I think most places here, right? It's a big issue here too. Oh my God, I'm so shocked, I can't believe it.
I'm not shocked. It's a huge issue. So part of it, I think, during the last general election was trying to get people with disabilities be able to go out to even register, let alone vote. And that is hard in itself. And again, that serves into this transition into adulthood, making them, contributing members of society, which means they also get the ability to, which means this is also part of it. How do we make, it's already hard for us already to register to vote. They have a right to vote. They have a right to a voice. So we also have to look at, imagine if all of them were able to vote.
Oh my God. Well, let me say, voting issues, we're having issues with voting in America right now for minority people. So it's something that I think about, because when I get my clients a lot of times from the state, they come to me without IDs. So one of the ways that you can become invested in your community is to vote. So in order for me to get them to the point where they can register to vote, that they have to have IDs. And so I'm always thinking about the voting issue, and I just thought about it for Nigeria because it's a problem, a wahala in the United States right now. So I don't know if Jeanette wants to say something about voting rights. And
I feel like this is a setup, but
it's a setup. It's a setup. My bad.
Things like coding and ordering. As a child, if you wanted to make me happy, just drop me in the library and leave me alone for like 3 hours. You know, because I'll be there. I will be defining the thing is that neurotypical groups tend to think that they are all right as they are. No, everything's fine. No, it's all well and good. Okay, I can't reveal the brand I was working on because it was a secret, and I don't want the CEO to be like, what? Okay. So there was a friend of mine who was she was producing a TV show. It was a one-person TV show, and I could notice from a distance she was having a difficult time. So one day she comes up to me and she explains what her problem is. And what she was saying, I had assumed that was her problem like 3-4 months earlier. So I had already solved it. So she came up to me and I solved it. I solved it all the way to even arranging the lighting and the directing and all that stuff. And she came to me about 3 weeks later and said that the MD called her and she was worried. I'm like, what happened? She said, maybe I messed up. I said, so what did he say? He said, our recent episodes have been fantastic. Keep it up. And she was like, don't tell him anything. Okay, let him. The thing is that I think now will be a good time for people to learn how to drop illusions. The people who have moved technology forward, industry forward, they've not been neurotypical. It's not, people think, it's the type A person. That type A person would not go far without somebody who is catching the loose. I don't know how to put it.
It's riding the caboose of the train.
Let me use myself as an example, yeah? Mm-hmm. I'm the first voice director for animation in Nigerian history because I saw it. I saw animation coming up in 2010, 2011, and there's no animation industry in the world that has gone far without a voice director. And that didn't just happen because, I'm a voice actor and I know what to... No, there've been people who've been voice acting and doing voiceovers in Nigeria for longer than I've been born. But in that neurotypical group, nobody ever saw that. And I was like, all right, I'll do it myself. So, got into that. Whether it's in entertainment, whether it's in media, press, it could be even be in manufacturing, it could be in coding, it could be... I keep wondering, why don't people who make code have people on the spectrum just inspect the code? We can tell when something is off. You don't have to run it. You just be like, these industries, these spaces, they need us. They need us. Just give it a shot, Just give it a shot. You might feel humiliated for the first few minutes, but don't worry, you'll get over yourself. You'll be fine.
Well, thank you for that, Remy. Well, we have 15 more minutes to go, and I'd like to open up the floor for questions. Do we have any questions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olakunle. Okay, so firstly, I'm someone who was born with hydrocephalus. I was diagnosed with it at 2 weeks of birth, and I had to do surgery to correct it at 4 weeks old. Now, as people might know with hydrocephalus, there might be developmental delays if the thing is not detected on time. But in my own case, thankfully, I didn't have any developmental delays. I was able to go to school the normal period of time. I've completed my education up to a master's degree now, but to the glory of God, and I thank God for everything, for what my parents did and all. But there's something now. I've started coming to the reality of seeing people with the same condition. And because I lived a life where I could do practically anything, like every normal kid would do, seeing a child who also has hydrocephalus, but can't do what those kind of things that normal children will do that I was doing, has become kind of difficult for me now to accept. I tell my stories I've shared my stories about how my journey was, and I've seen mothers where they are being very emotional, that wow, that if this could be me, then this could be their child, and they are all crying, and I feel so, how do I put it? I feel kind of like ashamed, like, because I can't really relate. So thing now is, I want to ask, how can I come to terms with this new reality? Because I'm now beginning to see the real world that, okay, yes, my case wasn't like that, but how to connect with them? Because if I am not seeing things in their, the way things are, it will be difficult. It's going to be difficult for me to come to them. So each time I'm sharing my story and people are clapping, and I'll be like, I don't understand. So please, how can you please help with this? Because it's something that.
Well, actually, let's see, back in, it must have been 2015, we had a consultation at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, and a few of the babies they brought in had that condition. And it was amazing to me, they weren't so babyish, they must have been 2 years old, and about it, he was familiar with at least one of their cases, and he said the mother was given an opportunity to get a stent put in, but the mother she refused. And so a lot of times, I think the way we approach parents about disabilities matters. Maybe the mother did not understand what would happen because she couldn't see the head as getting any bigger than it was at that time. And to say that you want to do surgery on a small baby and not understand the results, I just don't think the mother understood. And so maybe if more people heard your story, if that when their children are born with this condition, that they would be willing to just take the surgery once the surgeons announce to them that the baby has a problem.
Let me just add to that. There's two perspectives. Remy is a self-advocate. You're a self-advocate, right? I'm not a self-advocate. I'm a parent of a child with special needs. At 6 months, my daughter had open heart surgery. She almost died like 3 times. But that's a result of a late diagnosis of Down syndrome. About 60% have heart conditions. Hers was the worst it could be. So when a mother or a father sees you, they have this child with hydrocephalus, they see you, there's two things, right? There's one, either the parent is going to be in denial, the crying, that's what you're talking about, is denial. But the other thing is that seeing you is overwhelming because the hope you've just given them, it's hard to control your emotions. And I can tell you that firsthand. So you just existing is giving that hope a mother, a father needs. So don't feel too awkward, the fact that you're saying it and they're weeping and everything. But the very fact that you're standing there, sharing your story, you exist, I just want to thank you for it. Just keep doing it. It's really important.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the speakers. My question, per se, I don't know if this can actually go out there. Now, I'm a special needs instructor for autism, and then I've worked for several years. I've worked with parents also, and we've always had this issue of when we say special needs, we've gone out to try to get attention from government and authorities to try and give our children some kind of special kind of attention when it has to do with education. Now, when we say special needs, we all understand here, most of us here understand that these children actually need some special kind of attention, and that also has to do with taking exams. So when you have, when it gets to a point where a child has to take, let's say, the JAM exam or any of those other kind of exam. Now, when you try to tell those involved that this child is special, what they say to you is, but we can't see anything about the child. What is special about the child? So my question here is, are there ways we can actually let the government, the Nigerian government, actually know that when we say special needs and disability, it doesn't have to do with just physical. So because when you tell them special needs, all they think it's the child has to be has to show some form of disability before an extra 30 minutes, 1 hour is given to them during their exams and all of that. So I really want to find out, are there ways we can actually take this out and make our authorities know that these children are special also, even though they may not be showing it physically. Thank you.
Sorry, we're a bit confused by what your question was. You're talking about when there's exams, they're not making exceptions for the students with hidden disabilities.
Yes,
right?
yes, okay. Yes.
Yeah, I haven't reached that side yet. So.
Those with physical disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, Auntie Grace.
Now, policy making, that will be the solution. Yes, our kids, we've tried to get them into schools, prepare them for, get facilitator, modify curriculum that are not approved by the official body. Of course, there's going to be a problem when it comes to writing external exams. Because writing external exam, even starting from primary school, you need to write the common entrance to go into government secondary school. And for you to get into the university, you need to write JAMB and do WAEC, GCE, and NECO. And then if you even want to do exams for external schools abroad, you need to do the IGESC. You know, like that. And you have the SAT exams and the likes. And yes, that's where we are today. Most of those exams are prepared for the neurotypicals based on set curriculum that they have to meet. But children with developmental delays are enrolled in schools that are magnanimous enough to modify the curriculum. But after modifying the curriculum, how are they going to meet up with the expectations of this external exam? So this takes us to other public sector and private sector to come into the help of children with developmental. I had to write exams. Abroad, yes, you make exception for them. For kids going outside of the country, I've able to write a letter, but after assessing them, I'm able to give them a letter that, look, these kids are not, reports that they are educated under modified curriculum and modified subjects, and they're able to accept them over there and continue education. But here in Nigeria, we need policymakers to come to the aid of children with special needs, to find a way where they can, change some form, accommodation like extra time. It's as simple as extra time. Some of our kids can write these exams. They just need extra time to complete the exam, So it's beyond just getting them to write this exam, but to get it into the polity so that policy makers will come out with documents that will support writing external exam for children with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Just as a quick addition, when we're working with these children, I had to make similar inquiries, and I did find out that when you're doing the West African WAEC, they are given the appropriate support, but that's where having a proper diagnosis that they've used, not assessment, not answering some question of Google or a set of questionnaire, but you now have to have a proper diagnosis and a report stating the person's specific challenges and the best way to support them. Once you have that and you send it to WAEC or JAMP or whichever examining body, they actually do make those, exceptions, give them the support, that they need. Daisy, do you have something?
Daisy, did you have something to add?
Hi. I think she said when we advocate, we should actually know what we're advocating for. There are processes, there are procedures. And when we are saying we want this to happen, first you must know what is already available and what is your rights. So if you know your rights, then you're pushing for that right to say, I know these accommodations are there, I'm just insisting that you ensure that this child gets it. So the WAEC or GC will not just respond to what you said. They're going to respond to evidence that this child needs this. And what are these evidences? Well, the reports, starting from when the child was diagnosed, down to the progress reports, down to the accommodations needed. Because we need to say, what do you really need? Are you saying modify the questions? Are you saying modify the number of subjects? Are you saying modify the environment? Are you saying this child should write in a classroom all by himself, which is a form of modification? You must be able to say, what does this child need, and provide the evidence that this child has always worked under similar circumstances, and the professionals have said this is okay, for this child. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. I have a question specifically for Remy. I was wondering if you could please just speak to your experience as a business owner, being an individual that has autism, especially a business owner in Nigeria, and what that experience has been like. Thank you.
Let's see. One of the challenges that I face is when my life cycles hit. It is so disorienting you cannot believe. It is so disorienting you cannot believe. I would advise that anybody who's on the spectrum that's going into business should not go into business alone. I do not believe that Elon Musk runs SpaceX by himself. I believe as rich as Bill Gates is, there are people who are rich and happy who are also involved. The thing is that there are so many factors that are involved. When it comes to the technicals, for me, I am scary. I am really, really, really scary. The times I realize how scary I am is when I have conversations with the sound engineers after a session, and they're like, what? I don't see it. And I'm like, no, take care. And a line that somebody had been struggling over like 10, 15 times, I get those syllables between everything that they've struggled with so far, and I get the perfect sentence, and they're like, yeah, but that is not all that business is about. You know, you've got the marketing, you've got the day-to-day management. And I find that with each life cycle I experience, I need to bring somebody in. Sometimes if you have enough backing, you can employ people, but I would usually advocate for collaborations. I would collaborate for collaborations. My foray into animation was a collaboration. Literally out of inroads or new paths that I've cut for myself, I just look at someone like, hey, I want to go here. Interested? Yeah. Okay, let's go. And we just, we get it done. I don't know what. I'm so sorry. What kind of business are you into? Okay, no, it's not a problem. The thing is that you basically in business for yourself, whether you're employed or not. You get essentially business is just activity that brings in income for yourself. Yeah. So the basic things, understanding, okay, fine, income, outcome, inflow, outflow, this and that. Second level is to understand the difference between being an entrepreneur, being a manager, and being a technical person. Okay? And the best of us actually find a way to juggle all three hats. But if you are weak in one place, please bring other people to bring into it. Do not, you can delegate, but do not, what's that thing that Queen Elizabeth's uncle did so that our dad could become king? Thank you. You see, this is how I think. Oh, you just got a glimpse into how I think. So, yeah, you delegate, you do not abdicate. If people are in trouble or having a problem, it is going to be your problem. So identify the problem when it is starting and solve it quickly. And just the last bit of advice, trust people to be who they are. Don't project. Don't project. Trust people to be who they have always shown you they are, and you will be fine.
Well, on that note, hello, can you hear me? I'd like to thank the panelists for participating. I think our time is up. I saw the lady holding up the sign saying, your time is up. So I got the message. I can read. Thank you. So thank you so much for attending the 11th Annual Autism Week Conference, sponsored by GTCO. And it's been a pleasure being here again. And thank you, Toyin, Jeanette, and Remy. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. That was our last panel for the 11th Annual Guaranty Trust Autism Conference.
About autism, I've learned so much about how we can all be supporters and advocates for people who are living with autism. And I've also learned what it means to really be able to flourish despite the diagnosis, which is why the theme was life beyond the diagnosis. We want to remind you that you can go ahead and get a certificate of attendance. All you need to do is just visit www.gtcoplc.com /autism 2021. Make sure that you do that. Get your certificate of attendance. It shows that you've been able to make some headway when it comes to understanding what it means to live with autism, and you can be handy in whatever spectrum. And it also shows that you're an inclusive individual, which would be great to add, in case if you're applying for a job or if you want to apply for any types of scholarships and grants. Make sure you get your certificate of attendance. I also want to remind you that you can download all of the presentations of the speakers on the website as well. In addition, continue to share and use the hashtag. For me, as someone who wasn't very familiar with what it means to live with autism, I feel like I'm leaving this conference with a new understanding and enlightenment, and I'm excited and I'm passionate to be part of this community now. We want to say a huge thank you to all of our speakers who flew out from all over the world and joined us at this conference and have provided amazing and insightful takeaways and gone through making sure that a lot of people who are attending are left with hope. Remember, autism is not a death sentence. It does not mean the end of the world. There is a life beyond the diagnosis. We hope to see you next year. My name is Blondie. Have a good day.